2017 CO2246. The defendant is present with his attorneys as our counsel for the state. Before we bring in the jury to start the trial, I wanted to address some things, some housekeeping matters before we start. And first is, I have received the evidence list from the state. Has the defense received that list as well?
We have done.
Have any items and evidence been stipulated so that they can be pre-marked with a clerk if they have not already been?
I can go for it. I can go, Your Honor, I believe, and defense can correct me if I'm wrong, that we are stipulating to states 1 through 66 and 81, '82, and I think that that is going, and then there's some more that I'll defer to defense about the actual physical pieces of evidence. I think they're stipulating to 85, 86, 87, 88, and then 89, 91, 92, 93, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, and then eventually 102.
And Judge, some of these stipulations are contingent. They involve matters that were taken from Mr. Hyde's home. Obviously, we need to renew our objection to those in terms of the motion to suppress. If we can do that now,
Okay.
and assuming the court has the same ruling,
Yes.
then we can agree that that those can be introduced by the state without further testimony about authentication of them, but we just want to make sure that our motion to suppress is preserved.
It is, and ruling will remain. So are the numbers as outlined by Mr. Mizrahi, are you in agreement with those? 1 through 66, 81 through 89, and then 91, 92, 93, and 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, and 102.
Yes, bearing in mind that a lot of those items were obtained from Mr. Hyde's house, and just so that we can keep that motion.
Understood.
Actually skipped a lot of those that were on his house, so we didn't follow
Okay.
those.
So have those already been marked?
No, they're in the process.
Okay. And the others then will have to be introduced through proper predicate, and at that time then marked for evidence.
So the only ones for Madam Clerk's benefit, the only ones that are not being marked now are 67 through 70, 67 through 80 are not being marked. And then 83 and 84 are not being marked. And everything else is being marked.
any demonstrative aids that besides need to share?
No.
Okay,
Not that,
thank you. All right, any other stipulations that I need to address now with Mr. Hyde for today? Whether it be evidence, whether it be stipulation of fact, or any other thing?
There's one other thing we need to address before we begin, Your Honor. It has to do with venue. I want to put a couple things on the record. First of all, Florida Statute 910-005, state criminal jurisdiction, in subset 2, it says, if the body of a homicide victim is found within the state, the death is presumed to have occurred within the state, and gives courts in the state jurisdiction over that homicide. So to begin with, the state believes the court has jurisdiction. Statute, I'll begin first with Article 1, Section 16 of the Florida Constitution, in pertinent part. It says, the indictment or information may charge venue in 2 or more counties conjunctively, and proof of it that the crime was committed in that area shall be sufficient. But before pleading, the accused may elect in which of those counties he is to be tried. And then Section 910.03 states that the criminal prosecution shall be tried in the county where the offense was committed, but if the county is not known, the accused may be charged in 2 or more counties conjunctively, and before trial, the accused may elect the county in which he is to be tried. The defendant's original information pending from March of 2017 until the indictment in 2021 contained the allegations that the crime was committed in Duval, Nassau, and Columbia counties. The only evidence that the crime was committed in a particular county is evidence that the state is going to introduce in this trial that the crime was committed in Duval County. But the indictment did not allege Nassau or Columbia County, and to my knowledge, the defendant has never elected which county he wants to be tried in. So the state is asking for the defense to either object to the court hearing this case and establishing a venue in this jurisdiction, or to move to change venue and elect the venue in which they want to be tried before the jury is sworn.
All right. Is that something the state and defense have previously discussed or talked about in this matter?
We talked about it last night. I'll let them know that I was going to be raising this issue. I do not know the answer to that.
Okay. Let me hear from the defense.
Judge, I don't know that we can elect anything because there's nothing to elect from. At this point in time, the state has an indictment alleging Duval County. I think that is what they are required to prove. Okay? I don't want to waive a venue issue if indeed there is a venue issue by electing to choose when there is no election before me. They have come back with an indictment that alleges solely Duval County. Their theory has been from the get-go that this young man was killed in Mr. Hyde's bathtub. If they can't prove that, I don't see why I need to waive any issues surrounding that issue. I think that they, by their own pleading, have chosen venue here in Duval County. I think they're stuck with that, and there's no election to be made by the defense.
Does either side have any knowledge of any case law that addresses the issue of the election of venue when the pleading document only names one, and or the effect of the prior pleading document, the charging document, having had 3 and never been elected and or objected to?
I can let the board know that this is a unique situation in case of first impression, but there is case law that exists on a couple of different steps. One is that venue is not jurisdictional and is a privilege that the defendant has and can be waived at any time by the defendant. I can let the court know that the courts have frowned upon the practice moving for a judgment or acquittal in the middle of the trial for video, albeit the court's frowning upon that. They say there was nothing improper about that, and they can move for judgment or acquittal in trial for venue. The state is confident we will be able to meet our burden as to venue in this case. But the way the statute is written is venue is a privilege that the defendant can waive. I am affording the defendant his opportunity to choose the venue in which he wants to be tried. There is no requirement that the state allege multiple jurisdictions in order for the defendant to choose a proper venue. If the state had elected to charge this in Dade County, just say for no particular reason, the defendant at any time could have moved for a change of venue and say, I am improperly charged in Dade County, I need to be charged in Jacksonville, Columbia, Nassau. And so that is, I'm affording him his right. I do not want the defendant to be tried in a jurisdiction that he does not want to be tried. Frankly, it's my understanding that the defendant wants to be tried in Duval County as opposed to Columbia County or Nassau County, which is why this issue has never been specifically addressed. And that is why I'm bringing it up to him now. The state is confident that the defendant not objecting to the court hearing this case and subjecting himself to the jurisdiction and venue of this jurisdiction for the last 5 years, picking a jury and not requesting it to be moved, establishes an election under our Florida State Constitution and Florida statutes. In addition, the state will present sufficient evidence to show that the crime did in fact occur.
All right, and given the defense response, do you wish to go forward with trial today?
The state wishes to go forward with trial today.
Okay, and I guess the appellate courts will deal with this in due course.
Your Honor, if I may, I did do a little bit of research on this issue last night, so I do apologize. Ms. Spinell was more familiar with the factual proceedings in this case. However, State v. Katz, 417 Southern 2nd, 716, the state in this case, the defendant actually tried to change venue because it was clear that there were two separate venues, both in Hillsborough and Pasco counties. And in that case, the court held that the defendant has no right to elect when the information or indictment only lists one. So how are we, when we have an indictment here that only lists one particular venue, Mr. Hyde has zero right to elect in another. That is where we're proceeding forward. The state, as part of this case, has to a reasonable certainty, prove venue in Duval County as charged in the indictment, and we are not going to waive any issues or any arguments, especially after facts are presented in this case, for purposes of further argument. So that's just one additional layer to this.
All right, thank you. We will proceed with trial and address this issue in due course then. All right. Any other stipulations? Not that that was, but any other stipulations or agreements that I need to address with Mr. Hyde?
I think we've done everything you're on. State's ready to go.
Okay, defense ready to proceed?
We are, and I will be doing the opening to this.
All right, thank you. Just a couple last questions. I did not see any filed in writing, but are there any preliminary jury instructions being requested by either side?
Probably just the standard, including the record itself.
Okay. All right. All right. Ooh, I just lost Miss Golding. Okay, all right, I was just going to ask if they're all here, so we can get started. Okay. Yeah. And who's giving the opening for the state? Mr. Ryan or Mr. Martin? Okay.
right, essentially, about the rule.
Okay. State, have you advised your witnesses who are waiting outside, or do I need to bring them in to advise them about the rules of invoked?
I have, Your Honor, the only thing I wanted to bring up is the state's intention to allow the immediate family of the victim after they testify to come.
All right, is there any objection?
Well, they are under defense subpoena. I don't,
I think the rule allows.
I think the rule does allow for it. I just think that while it may,
Well, we can address that as the trial progresses, so you can see what has or hasn't been elicited in evidence.
that's not good.
And I'll keep an eye on them. They know not to come in and they'll do it.
Okay, thank you. morning, ladies and gentlemen. You may take your seats. Welcome back. Again, the case that is set for trial this morning is the case of the state of Florida versus Ronnie Hyde. It is case number 2017 CF 2246. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
All right, if you will please stand and be sworn.
Please raise your right hand. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues between the state of Florida and the defendant, Ronnie Leon Hyde, and render a true verdict according to the law and the evidence, so help you God?
All right, you can resume your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, the court is now going to give you or read to you a synopsis of the law that it expects to give at the end of the trial. The court is not in a position right now to know exactly what law applies to the case until all the evidence has been presented. However, we can anticipate some of it, and I'll give it to you now so at the beginning of trial so you'll know what to look for. If the court later decides that a different law applies to the case, then you must base your verdict only on the law given at the end of the case. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have now been selected and sworn to try the case of the state of Florida versus Ronnie Hyde. This is a criminal case, and Mr. Hyde is charged with murder in the first degree. The definition of murder in the first degree will be explained to you later. The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is the judge's job to explain the law to you, and it is your responsibility to determine if the state has proved the accusation beyond a reasonable doubt against Ronnie Hyde, in accordance with the law that I provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined and they do not overlap. That is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Now, before proceeding further, it may be helpful for you to understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to this witness stand to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys, and documents and other exhibits may also be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will have an opportunity to make their final arguments to you. And following those arguments by the attorneys, then the court will instruct you on the law that is applicable to this case. After those instructions are given, you will then retire to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of this case until you have heard the evidence, the arguments of the attorneys, and the instructions on the law by the judge. Until that time, you should not discuss this case among yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or the lack of evidence and the law. And I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, during this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, notify court personnel of the violation. During the course of the trial, the court will take recesses and you will be permitted to go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you must not discuss this case with anyone nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about the case, tell him or her that you are on the jury trying the case and ask him or her to stop. And if he or she persists, then at once report the matter to my bailiff, who will notify me. Additionally, you cannot have any cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices in the courtroom. You may use these devices during your recesses, but even then, you must not use those devices to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people or places involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must also not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. And I believe a contact number has already been provided to you. This case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial, in your collective presence, and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the court. Jurors must not conduct any investigation outside of court on their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, or any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to the case or to the people and places involved in the case. And this applies whether you are at the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit the places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look up maps or photos to see any place discussed during the trial. And what are the reasons for all these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, the trial judge has no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper for the case. And the parties likewise have no opportunity to rebut or dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you might find. And that is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being presented against it, and to present argument with respect to that evidence. And any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having the opportunity that our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of the proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require this entire trial process to start over. And as I mentioned yesterday, a mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience, not just for the parties and for the court, but also for the taxpayers. So if you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions, such as serving jail time, paying a fine, or both. Further, you must not speak with the attorneys, the witnesses, or the defendant about any subject matter until your deliberations are complete. Now, in every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent, and no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt. And the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections that they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it was made. And likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, or what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer the question. During trial, it may be necessary to confer with the attorneys outside of your hearing to discuss matters of law and other matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such conferences may be required or how long it will take, but when such conferences occur, they will be conducted to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of this case. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption of innocence stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving, number one, the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and number two, the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in determining your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses act as well as what they say. And some other things you should consider are, number one, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Number two, did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Number three, was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Number four, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? And number five, did the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. You have been provided with a notepad and pen for your use if you wish to take notes. Please do not write on the cover page of the notepad. That will prevent your notes from being inadvertently read when the notepads are collected. Now, you should not take your notepads with you from this courtroom during any recess or overnight. During recesses and at the end of each day, the bailiff will take possession of your notepads, and we will lock them and secure them and return them to you when we reconvene. After you've completed your deliberations and been discharged from jury service, the bailiff will collect your notepads one final time and turn them over to the clerk for sealing, at which time they will then be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes, including this court. Now, if you do take notes during the trial, please do not get so involved in the note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. It is somewhat difficult to take detailed notes and to pay attention to what the witnesses are saying at the same time. So if you do take notes, please be sure that your taking of notes does not interfere with your listening to and considering all the evidence. In addition, if you do take notes, please remember that the notes you take will be for your personal use. Your notes are a tool to aid your individual memory. You should not compare your notes with other jurors in determining the content of any testimony or in evaluating the importance of your notes are not evidence and are by no means a complete outline of the proceedings or a list of highlights of the trial. Above all, your memory should be your greatest asset when it comes time to deliberate and render a decision in this case. Of course, on the other hand, you are not required to take notes if you prefer not to do so. That decision will be left up to you individually. But want you take notes. You should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by any notes. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Lastly, deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may say or do that might make you think I prefer one verdict over another. Now, this concludes part one of the instructions, and when all the evidence has been presented, and after the attorneys have made their closing arguments to you, then the court will provide you with part two of the jury instructions. So at this time, I'll call upon the state for its opening statement.
May it please the court,
Yes.
counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Beginning in the mid-1980s, this defendant, Ronnie Hyde, was a pastor at the Strength for Living Church in Jacksonville. And it was at that church that he met the Laster family. Now, the Laster family was going through troubles. They were somewhat dysfunctional. And this defendant pretended to be a close, trusted friend and confidant to the Laster family. This defendant provided a home. He provided a father figure. He provided a big brother. He provided spiritual guidance for a family that needed all. What he also provided was a betrayal.
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
I will overrule. This is opening statement. We will not make argument, but this is what the attorney expects the evidence to show.
The evidence will show that this defendant betrayed that trust. He betrayed it because he violently murdered 16-year-old Fred Laster. He murdered him in his home in Jacksonville Beach. And after brutally murdering the 16-year-old boy, he put him in the bathtub. And he used an 8-inch serrated steak knife and a 3-inch paring knife to saw through bone, tissue, muscle, to take Fred Laster's head away from his spine, to cut his right hand above the wrist and leave nothing but a stump, to cut his left hand above the wrist, leaving nothing but a stump. And then using these knives, somehow was able to sever both legs, the right and the left leg of Fred Laster, above his hip, taking virtually his entire buttocks and taking it away from his torso. And he accomplished that in Jacksonville Beach, Florida, on or between June 4th and June 5th of 1994. This defendant wrapped up the torso along with other items that he used in his murder and dismemberment, and drove on I-10 all the way to 441 in Columbia County, where he went to a closed gas station, threw away his knives, threw away the things he was wrapping and concealing his crime with in a dumpster, and tried to throw away the torso of young Fred Laster. But he failed. And the torso did not go into that dumpster, but instead was dragged behind the dumpster at that close gas station, with the evidence of the crime inside the dumpster. The head, hands, and legs of Fred Laster have never been found. All that was left of his mortal remains was a torso left he might have gotten away with it. That torso would have ended up in that dumpster, and no one would have noticed it. This case may not be here. But because Fred Laster's remains refused to go into that dumpster, we have a case all these years later. Because they found the torso that morning on June 5th, 1994, and they found items in that dumpster related to the killing. And those items, those multiple pieces of evidence found in that dumpster, 23 years later, conclusively proved who murdered and dismembered Fred Laster. Because this defendant's unique genetic blueprint was found on a bloody shirt, a shirt containing the victim's blood, and this defendant's DNA inside that. And it's not just on the shirt. This defendant's mitochondrial DNA, his familial DNA, was found on a hair on a completely different item in a completely different location, not garbage, on the bloody gloves he used to help dismember that body. This defendant's hair is. Deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, sitting there in that dumpster from 1994, brought justice for Fred Laster. For these 23 years, only the defendant knew the entire truth. It took the love of Fred Laster's family and the development of technology for the truth to be uncovered. For that time, 94, 95, all the way to 2016, Fred Laster was only known as John Doe, the torso behind the dumpster at the gas station at 441 in I-10. Fred Laster's family was going through a little different time during this period of time while his torso was being investigated by authorities. Because from very early on in the case, they had suspected the defendant was involved in Fred Laster's disappearance. He was always known to the family as a possibility because the family knew that Fred Laster's last day on earth was with the defendant. They knew that Fred Laster's last day on earth was with the defendant, and it was weeks. Remember, he's a family friend. His family was spending the night there all the time. And Fred Laster was here. And so the family thought, oh, everything's okay. Fred's with Ronnie. No issue. But weeks later, it took them weeks, before the brothers and sisters and grandmother, they were all trying to raise each other and take care of each other, look around and go, have you seen Fred? And like, I thought he was with Ronnie. He's not with Ronnie. And the family were confronted. This defendant, we thought that Fred Laster was with you. You're his big brother, his supervisor, his foster parent. You take care of us in our family. Where's Fred? First time he's confronted with it, he laughs and hangs up the phone. And then he comes up with a story. Oh, yeah. A couple of weeks ago, sorry about this, I never bothered to tell anybody, but I was driving Fred Laster home. He was with me on June 4th of 1994. They're not sure about the dates, but there's other evidence to show that. He was with me because he was coming to spend the night at my house, and he was going to help me with the garage sale. And the garage sale is actually marked in his date plan. June 4th, garage sale. He says, yeah, he did help me with that. And I was going to take him home back to Nassau County, to Yulee, where you live. And he didn't want to go home. I said, no, you got to go home, Fred. So we drove at night And there's some discrepancy whether it's on Pecan Park Road or US 1 or A1A, but one of these roads, probably US 17 is what the defendant said to the family. US 17, he grabbed the wheel, jerked me off to the side, jumped out of my car at night in the middle of nowhere and started walking back to Jacksonville. And I saw a stopped car, truck, on the road going the other way. They were still in Jacksonville, heading towards Jacksonville as opposed to heading towards Nassau. And then I turned around and he wasn't there anymore. He must have just gotten in that car, although I never saw it. And if Fred Lobster was a hitchhiker, that makes some sense. But Fred Lobster was like a son to this. Travis Lobster, Fred Lobster's big brother, was like a son to this. Daisy Lobster was like a daughter to this. And we're not just saying it. This defendant's tax returns, year after year after year, listed Travis Laster, foster son, Daisy Laster, foster daughter, Fred Laster, foster daughter, foster son. By the way, even after he was missing for years. The family was able to get Fred Laster reported missing in February of 1995. No thanks to the defendant. As I said, they were unsophisticated. This family unit composed of a grandmother who basically was homebound and a bunch of teenage or young 20-year-old kids. There was no father figure, and their mother had died in 1990. And so Dawn Williams, the oldest sister, tried in July to get Fred listed as missing. Once she found out, wait a second, he's not with Ronnie, nobody knows where he is, nobody's seen him. But she was unable to do it because she went to Nassau first, and Nassau said, you got to Duval, and Duval may have taken a report, but didn't document it right. So in February of 1995, they got a report documenting essentially what I just told you. Fred was with Ronnie. Ronnie was with him in early June, and no one's seen him since. The dots from that police report, unfortunately, were never, ever connected with Columbia County. Just weren't. Fred Laster's family had no idea that he was never missing, that his torso was found the very morning after he spent the night at the defendant's house. And the authorities in Columbia County had no idea that Fred Laster was that torso, or even at that time that he was missing. These dots would be connected in 2016, and then eventually Fred Laster's killer would be caught. Once DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, confirmed what this defendant's story about Fred jumping out in the middle of nowhere at night didn't make sense. And it proved that that story is a fabrication to cover up the truth, which is this defendant intentionally inflicted great bodily harm upon a child, causing his death, and then dismembering him and dumping him out of town. Now, this trial is going to take you back to June 5th, 1994, when the dismembered torso of a teenage boy was found in a dumpster behind a gas station. It was an unnaturally terrifying scene. torso had no head, no legs, no hands, and no clothes. In 1994, there was no real good method to identify remains like this. And it became known as John Doe torso, Lake City, 1994. Because you're going to learn the most important part of a homicide investigation is identifying the victim. It gives you a starting point. Who was he with last? Who did he talk to? Who did he see? What was his life like? Was he a drug dealer? Did he have a domestic violence situation? What can we piece together and try to figure out what happened to this person? The Columbia County Sheriff's Office did what they could. They documented the scene. They dotted the I's, they crossed the T's, they interviewed witnesses, they collected evidence. But the case went cold. Cold but never forgotten. In cold cases, you have to balance the time for technology to be developed with the break that they need to catch the killer. So too much time goes by, it's over. So you have to hope that the technology gets developed quickly. It wasn't just technology that caught his killer. It was the love of his twin sister, Daisy Price. Because Daisy Laster Price never stopped looking for her brother. And you know the milk cartons we see growing up, back in milk cartons, have you seen this person? Well, we've developed a little bit since then. And since then, instead of using milk cartons, we use the internet. We have the National Center for Exploited and Missing Children. And Daisy Laster Price was going through that, always trying to see if she could find a connection to her brother. At the same time, just so happens, a new detective in the Columbia County Sheriff's Office took over the case, Jimmy Watson. And Jimmy Watson, going through the case, thought he had a good chance of solving this case. Primarily because DNA had already been developed that was foreign to the victim, not his DNA that was on that shirt in that dumpster with the victim's blood. That DNA was going to be a huge clue, but he couldn't identify it to anybody because he didn't know where to start. And so that DNA was just waiting for the clue. Jimmy Watson said, I gotta do something because I won't get that clue about who that DNA is unless I find out who this victim is. Every victim has somebody out there. So he re-engaged with the National Center for Exploited and Missing Children and said, we gotta get a flyer on your website. Maybe that'll give us the break we need. And late 2015, Daisy Laster Price is going through those flyers, and she sees two things that strike her up. June 5th of 1994, right around the time that her brother went missing. The fact that it was a teenager, the torso, they suspected it was a teenager based on forensic anthropology evidence. And then she noticed contained in the flyer was a shirt where the DNA was located, but that didn't strike her. It was the little flower-like, non-slip pads, appliques, that you put at the bottom of a bathtub to make sure you don't slip. And it clicked. She said, Fred was last with Ronnie Hyde. He said he jumped out of the car. He also has those green, flower-like, non-slip bag things in his bag. And she picked up the phone and said, Jimmy Watson, detective, that's my brother. DNA confirmed. The ID was made of the torso, and all Jimmy Watson had to do was search and say, oh, Ronnie Hyde was the last person to be seen. Let me go get his DNA. Ding, 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 the DNA on the shirt So they go back and they search in March of 2017. This was from the top. And they take the bathtub. And the bathtub's filled. You'll see pictures of all this. Pretty obvious that the defendant turned into a hoarder over the years, and the entire house was a complete mess, including the bathtub, filled with feces, dirt, grime, grossness. But not filled with any green, flour-like shower non-stick pads. But when they looked, they saw the erosion outlines of flour-like pads that used to be on that bathtub. And they took pictures of it, and they looked at it, and they said, wow, that's pretty. But that's not all. They found in the dumpster 2 TriStar Lifetime Cutlery Ginsu knives. The 8-inch one and the 3-inch one. And lo and behold, in this defendant's house, they found 2 different types of Lifetime Cutlery Ginsu-like knives that were not the exact same ones, but could be ones from a similar set. They found lots of egg crate foam mattresses. They found rubber gloves, all of which are not in and of themselves all that striking, but all of which were found in that dumpster. They found the tax returns that showed this relationship. And they also found something that made the hair on the back of the neck stand up. As they found the defendant's vehicle information and photograph from 1987. And Jimmy Watson remembered that there was a witness who called into the sheriff's office on June 6th of 1990. June 6th of 1994, and said, this is the day after the torso was found. He said, I saw that in my community, a torso was found behind the dumpster at 441 and I-10. And if you see something, say something. Words that law enforcement preaches. William Gilbert saw something, and he said something. He said, I saw at 7 a.m., an hour before that gas station opened, the sun's just starting to come up, it's still a little dark, it's dawn-ish. I was driving on 441, and I look over, and I see a dark color Camaro, Firebird, Trans Am, American-type sports car that was a newer model, looked kind of shiny. It was gray, black, maybe dark blue. I couldn't really see the color really good. But it was back up to that dumpster where y'all found that torso. The hatchback, the trunk was open, and the driver's door was open. And I thought to myself, that's a nice car for someone to be going and dropping off garbage at a gas station dumpster. June 6th, 1994. That was the suspect vehicle. And when they pulled out a picture of this defendant's vehicle, in 1994, in June of 1994, there he is, standing with the car dealer. And this defendant's father, it was the defendant's car, there's no doubt about that, purchasing a charcoal gray 1987 Chevy Camaro, perfectly matching the description of the vehicle that Mr. Gilbert saw in the early morning hours when the body was found. Charcoal gray. Now, it's true, there are no eyewitnesses to this crime. This crime took place inside the home of this defendant where he lived alone in Jacksonville, Duval County, Florida. Mr. Gilbert did not see anyone at that Camaro. You may hear arguments like, well, the shirt, that could have been the defendant's shirt. And maybe it was worn by him, and somehow the victim, who spent lots of time in his house, could have taken that shirt. And maybe he was killed in that shirt. Could be. You may hear that while the DNA shirt provides statistics like 1 in 700 billion chance that someone other than the defendant left his DNA on them, it doesn't mean everything. But you're also going to hear about the hair contained on the orange rubber gloves wrapped in the foam egg crate mattress with the knives that were all bloody, and that hair would exclude 99.976 of the population, only 0.24%, not 1%, 0.24% of the population would be expected to have the same DNA as that hair. You may hear that crime processing is not as good then as it is now. You're going to hear that foam egg crate mattresses, Ginsu, TriStar, Lifetime cutlery knives, orange dishwashing gloves, and shower non-slip decals are all very common, and even charcoal gray Camaros are common. But when you combine everything together, you have to combine it in conjunction with the simplicity of the truth surrounding this case. You will have to analyze the fact that it is undisputed that the victim was with the defendant on June 4th, 1994. That the defendant's story is that the 16-year-old boy jumped out of his car in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere, and this defendant's responsible for him. Not just some stranger, not just some buddy. He is responsible for him. That's 22 years older than him and claiming him as his son. And then he allegedly ran away and he told nobody. The evidence will show that the simplest explanation makes sense, that a 38-year-old father figure murdered a teenage boy who was spending the night with him when they were both alone in this defendant's house. This defendant dismembered him in his bathtub using an 8-inch serrated knife and a 3-inch paring knife. Wrapped him up, cleaned up, drove in his charcoal gray Camaro on I-10, dumped him behind a dumpster, leaving behind knives, egg crates, a shirt, glove, and non-slip decals from his tub, all of which were found 20 years later in his house, or similar things were found in his house, and then concocted a story about a runaway that he never reported to a soul until he was being confronted about it. And just when you thought that authorities had everything, they found one more in this defendant's home. They found a leather-bound, gold-leafed paper writing journal, a diary. Not the thought it was like a little girl, but a professional writing diary, something that is a gift or to be treasured, not just a loose-leaf piece of paper. A writing journal. And they found that this defendant, in his own handwriting, wrote the following. I feel depressed, lonely. I'm struggling to stay alive. I have been thinking about people from whom I need forgiveness. David D., Jasmine and Ginger for being a bad father. Jasmine and Ginger are his greyhounds, or his greyhounds. M and D for disappointments. Joey Christian, and then here's the important part, Travis and Fred. And Fred is underlined. Emphasis added. From whom I need forgiveness. Emphasis added. The state of Florida is confident that using your God-given common sense, that you will be able to piece all of these things together. And that you will hold this defendant accountable for the betrayal of the Laster family. For his aggravated child abuse upon that 16-year-old boy. For dismembering him in his bathtub and leaving behind all of that evidence in that garbage dump. And you will find him guilty of first-degree murder.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cronie. Now for the defense attorney, Ms. Finelli.
Thank you, Dr. May I please support? Counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The evidence in this case is absolutely going to show you that Ron Hyde had nothing to do with the death of Fred Laster. I too ask you to use your God-given common sense in this case. As you listen to the testimony and see the evidence. Now, in order to understand this case, you are going to have to understand the background of Ronnie Hyde, and you're also going to have to understand the background of Fred Laster, and you're going to have to understand how these two completely different people's lives intersect. You're going to learn that Ron Hyde grew up in Jacksonville Beach. His family moved here right after Hurricane Laura, which is back in the 60s. He was an only child. He went to college at FCCJ, UNF, living at home with his parents on 4th Street North in Jacksonville Beach. In 1986, he finally moved out of the home. Well, actually, before that, he moved out to go to seminary in Fort Worth, Texas, when he was about 30 years old. He attended seminary, and in 1986, came back to Jacksonville and got a job with the Strength of Living Church, which was up on the north side of Jacksonville. He was responsible at the church for fundraising. And part of that fundraising was putting on concerts at the church. And so in the course of putting on the concerts at the church, he met Mrs. Laster. The way he met Mrs. Laster is she was a limo driver at the airport and would transport the concert people to and from the airport and the church. The Laster family at that point in time was mom. Mom was divorced. Father was not in the picture. And mother was responsible, the sole breadwinner, for these 6 Laster children. Now, the grandparents at that time, back in the late 80s, were still alive, her grandparents. And they lived up in Yulee. In the meantime, Ms. Laster and her family lived down on Roberts Road, which was near the intersection of 17 North and Pecan Park Road. Fred, at the time that Mr. Hyde first met the Laster family, he was just a kid. I mean, he was a preteen. He was, 8 or 9 years old. The Laster family turned out, Miss Laster became interested in joining the church, and she did join the church, and brought a family to the church and started participating in church, and it was quite obvious to the church that the Laster family was in need of services. She just really could not provide for the family. The grandparents were on Social Security. She was only making the money with the limo drivers. And so the church helped with things like food, clothing, especially for the kids. And Ron assisted the church with that, and as a result, had a relationship with the entire family. The state has characterized that as a father figure. Well, no, ladies and gentlemen, it wasn't really that at all. But it was a relationship. The Laster family was a little bit of a vagabond family. They would move back and forth from Jacksonville to here in Illinois. And during part of this time, in the late 80s, the whole family picked up and literally moved to Heron, Illinois, where there were some additional family members. I think it was somehow the mother's brother or something had family there in Heron, Illinois. And most of the children went to school there. Certainly Fred did. You'll hear that Travis went to school there. I think it was Travis's 9th grade he spent there. And you're going to hear us talk about that when we ask the family, because it's one of the things where we can focus in on a date. It's one of those hard dates that people can remember. And so you may hear me asking questions of some of these people who testify. Well, you know, what grade were you in when you were in Heron, Illinois? And the reason is I'm trying to put the dates in perspective, because that's going to be important to you when you get back to deliberate this case. Now, during the time the family was in Heron, obviously Mr. Hyde was having very limited contact. I mean, he did communicate some with the mother. You know, she would let the church know that they needed clothes or whatever for the kids. So in the meantime, Mr. Hyde was trying to attend UNF to get his master's degree in counseling and also holding down a full-time job. So you can imagine he was a busy guy. He was working full-time, he was trying to get his master's degree, and you'll hear about a series of jobs that he had in the field of drug counseling. Finally, the Laster family moved back to Florida for what became Travis's junior and senior year. And they moved, instead of moving back to their Roberts Road residence, they moved up to the grandparents in Yulee. And you'll hear that the grandmother's name was Lola Blades, and she had an address on Belmore Street. Ultimately, around 1990, Mrs. Laster passed away from cancer, leaving basically all the kids there with grandmother, and then the grandfather passed away. So literally, it was the grandmother and 6 Laster children. So things were especially tough for the Lasters. Sometime around 1993, Fred and his twin sister Daisy. Fred and Daisy are twins. Unusual in this family. There were 2 sets of twins. Fred and Daisy were twins, and Travis and Tracy were twins. Fred and Daisy are the youngest of the Laster kids. So sometime in 1993, they kind of just decided that they wanted to really go back to Heron, Illinois. They wanted to leave the Fillmore Street address that Grandma and the rest of the kids were at, and they wanted to go to Heron, Illinois, and they did. With grandmother's consent, she let these 2 then 14, 15-year-olds travel to Heron, Illinois. Just the 2 of them. You'll hear that Ron Hyde paid for the bus ticket. And they got up there, and the family did not want them. So they then came back. Now, by the time they weren't there long. By the time they came back, and probably before they left, Grandma's house was crowded. It was not a big house. And in that house was the oldest child, Richard, and his girlfriend, who became his wife. Tracy, who was Travis's twin, lived next door, moved in next door to the aunt's house, and ultimately got hitched up with her cousin. She had ultimately married her first cousin, living next door. Tracy is the one who married her first cousin. He also was a police officer in Hilliard. At least according to one of the family police officers in Hilliard. Dawn, who was the second oldest child, she had moved out and lived with a child in an apartment off Dunn Avenue called the Monaco Arms, and that's going to be important for you. The Monaco Arms is located very close to the intersection of Highway 17 North and Dunn Avenue on Monaco Drive, and she was living there at the time in June of 1994. Travis, he didn't want to be there. He had moved out and was living in with another family who he had become affiliated with. And Daisy, Fred's twin, was living with her boyfriend in a grandmother's house. And she had been living with him for a while. His name was Joe Ott, and you're going to find out that he and Daisy had what would be termed a stormy relationship. The only place for Fred to sleep in the grandmother's house was in the grandmother's bed with grandmother. And so I think you can understand that that would not be a good situation for a young 15, 16-year-old young man. Now, by the early 90s, Ron Hyde finished getting his master's degree, was working full-time for River Region Human Services, which is a drug counseling program, working with drug offenders. Ron's mom, remember his parents still lived out of Jacksonville Beach on 4th Avenue North. His mom died in 1993. She had been bedridden for years with emphysema and COPD, and she died in September 1993. Ron's dad had trouble coping with the loss of his wife. He didn't want to live in the house alone in Jacksonville Beach, and so he quitclaimed the house to Ron Hyde, and in November of 1993, and moved up to Georgia with his cousin, bequeathing to Ron, for all intents and purposes, two things: the beach house and 30 years of stuff, mom's clothes, some of dad's clothes, the furniture, the kitchen stuff. I mean, everything was left for Ron to try to get rid of what he didn't need. And he also left him the father's 1987 silver Camaro. By then, Fred Laster is 15, going on 16. Ron employed him to paint Thelma Street. Now, Thelma Street was Ron's first house. He bought it in 1988 over in the Talleyrand area of Jacksonville. He was turning that into a rental because he got the beach house. Employed Fred to paint, help clean it up, get it ready to be rented. He also was employing Fred out at the beach to, do yard work. The house at the beach had to be painted. You'll hear that his parents were heavy smokers. The house needed to be painted before really anybody could move in. And obviously stuff needed to be gotten rid of. So Ron started a series of garage sales. Some were organized and advertised type garage sales. And some were just, let's put some stuff out on the front lawn, on the weekends to see, who comes by to pick it up. Because he was really trying to dispose of the items left by his parents that he either could not use or just simply did not want. Now, some of these things we can document. because we have his 1994 weekly planner. It was kept for work with River Region Human Services. On the inside cover, it says River Region. But like most of us who work, we keep calendars for work, but we also put some of our personal stuff on as well. Yard sales were documented in this calendar. There's one in early May, written down. There's a yard sale documented June 4th, of 1994. And a yard sale documented in September. But he would also have other yard sales that weren't documented because they were not advertised and not once they were planned event. This June 4th, 1994 one, for instance, wasn't even at his house. It was a community yard sale that was organized by his neighborhood. In the meantime, to bring you back to Fred, Fred had dropped out of high school at age 15 with the consent of his grandmother. He actually turned 16 in February of 1994. He'd taken by now an interest in playing music. He was in a heavy metal band, and he liked to go to two places at the beach. One was called Einstein's and one was called The Edge. Daisy will tell you that she went to those places with him. He was really trying to develop an interest in playing electric guitar. We don't know a lot about Fred's activities. Einstein's and The Edge were like kids' places. They were, the non-alcoholic venues where kids could go to meet other kids and play music. He also had taken an interest in hunting and being in the woods, and we will actually be able to show you some pictures that he drew at that time, talking about, showing deer tracks and trails and hunting areas, especially up in Nassau County. 1994, June of 1994, Ron Hyde was 38 years old. He was healthy. He was 6'2". He was physically capable. Fred Laster, 16, 6 feet tall, stocky, quite capable of painting, doing handyman work, hunting, playing music, and basically he was physically a man. But he was 16. You're also going to learn that he was a bit of a rolling stone. Obviously he would go off for days, wouldn't tell his family where he was going, and it was obviously beyond his grandmother's control. Now in late May, you're going to find out that something happened between Fred and his family. We are never really going to get to the bottom of it because too much time has passed. According to Daisy, there was a fight initially between physical fight between her and her boyfriend Joe Hodge, which ultimately ended when Fred picked him up and threw him out of a window. According to Fred's sister Dawn, now Dawn is Richard's the oldest, then there's Dawn. So Dawn in the spring and early summer of 1994 would have been 24. An adult with Dawn of her own had her apartment there on Monaco. She said Fred just showed up at her apartment to stay with her for a few days. She can't recall if he brought clothes with him. She doesn't remember what he had, whether he had anything. She doesn't remember the day. She doesn't remember the week. She doesn't remember. But he came and stayed a few days and slept on her living room floor. And at some point, he got upset. He wanted to go back to hearing wanted her to pick up stakes and go with him to Heron, Illinois. They had words. She begged him to change his mind. Please stay. Come home to grandmother's house. No, absolutely not. I'm leaving. She tried to talk some sense to him. There was no changing his mind. He was picking up stakes and leaving for Heron, Illinois. There was some talk that he had a girlfriend in Heron, Illinois. Some talk maybe that the girlfriend in Heron, Illinois was with child. Nothing has ever been confirmed, other than we know that he was insistent that he was not going back to grandmother's house. And she will tell you that before she left to go get grandmother to talk some sense into it. She left him sitting on the steps of her apartment. But before she left, she let him use the phone, and she heard him on the phone, and he said, "Yes, Ron, now." She doesn't remember if he had a bag of clothes. She doesn't remember what he did. So she's going to testify that she went to her grandmother's house to try to get the grandmother to come back to talk to Fred. Grandmother wasn't having any of it. She knew she'd be talking until she was blue in the face and wasn't going to be able to talk him out of it. So she said, "No, I'm not going." So instead, Dawn brings back Fred and Joe. But when they got there, Fred wasn't there. Fred was gone. So Daisy and Joe are going to, well, Daisy's going to testify. Joe has passed away. Daisy will testify that night they stayed at Dawn's apartment. And sometime in the early morning hours, right before dawn, they got a telephone call from Fred. She didn't ask him, "Where are you?" She didn't ask him, "What are you doing?" She didn't ask him, "Where are you going? How are you getting there?" None of those questions. He just said, "I just wanted to call to let you know I love you." And that's the last any member of this family ever heard from Fred Lasker. She assumed he'd left for Heron, Illinois. You'll hear from a number of the family members. They were totally unconcerned. He'd been gone before. They thought he'd left for Heron, Illinois. They just assumed that everything was okay. Someone, one of the children, I've got several adult children here, someone thinks they tried to file a missing persons report around July 1st. There's no law enforcement documentation, no record of that. The first missing persons report taken by law enforcement was in February of 1995, some 8 months later. So when a torso was found in a dumpster in the back of a BP station at the intersection of I-10 and 441, it wasn't on the police radar. Police had no way of knowing who that could possibly be. Law enforcement didn't know he was missing because nobody had reported him. Not one of the sisters, not the sister who was trying to talk him out of going to Heron. No member of the family said, "Hey, the 16-year-old's taken off to Heron on his own." Nobody called to say that. Ron Hyde has consistently told the family, that he picked up Fred from Dawn's apartment, that Fred was upset. He did not want to go home to the Fillmore Street address. He did not want to go back to Grandma's, and he didn't want to talk about why. He just did not want to go. In fact, he was totally unwilling to go to Grandmother's house, and insisted, when Ron picked him up and tried to take him there, insisted that Ron turn around and take him to Ron's house at Jacksonville Beach, which he did. Ron took Fred to his house where Fred spent the night on the couch, and the following day, Fred helped Ron with a garage sale he was having of his parents' belongings. And after that garage sale that Saturday evening, Ron told Fred, "You have got to go home. You need to go home," and Fred willingly got in the car. Now, you know, just from your own experience living here in Jacksonville, how far Jacksonville Beach is from, 17 going north to Yulee. It's a good drive. He willingly got into the car and to go, but once they got on 17, headed north to Yulee, Fred seemed to have a change of heart. He didn't want to go to grandmother's house. He was insistent he didn't want to go to grandmother's house, which is exactly how he'd acted with Dawn. Exactly. Insisted Ron stop the car and let him out on US 17. He thought there's a second bridge going into Nassau County, which would be the biggest bridge going into Nassau County. Ron repeatedly told the family that he saw a dark pickup truck stop. He saw the taillights. He didn't know if he got into the truck, whether he went into the woods, but this would have been an area that the entire family was familiar with. The entire family was familiar with that stretch of road between Dunn Avenue and Yulee. Weeks went by. Nothing. Years went by. Years went by. Ron remained in touch with the Lasker family. He had been claiming some of these kids on his income tax as dependents with the grandmother's consent. You're going to see her consent that he do that. Because he was helping her, giving her the money back to help with this family. And he continued to claim Fred. He stopped claiming Travis, obviously, because Travis had grown up and gone on and ultimately joined the Coast Guard. Daisy had actually taken off and left to go to Ohio after Fred went missing, but he continued to claim Fred until Fred would have been 18. They will also hear that between 2002 and 2005, Travis, who joined the Coast Guard, got restationed here in Jacksonville, lived at Ron's house. When Travis subsequently married and had a family of his own, he asked Ron to be one of his children's godfathers. So the family remained in touch. Daisy Laster Price, who was Fred's twin, will testify to you that she never gave up the search. Ultimately, around 2015, while looking on the internet, she came across information regarding the Lake City John Doe. And in the flyer were photos of a black flannel shirt and bathtub appliques that were shaped like a daisy. And she thought this might be associated with her brother's disappearance, and so she contacted the police. She gave him two suspects. Ron Hyde, because he was the last person that she knew had been with her. She also gave the suspect of Travis.
Your Honor, you check on that?
All right, do I need to see El Cyber?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me see court reporter.
gentleman, she gave the police two suspects, Ron Hyde and her own brother, Travis Lester. After law enforcement talked to Daisy, they obtained the DNA of Ron Hyde from a trash pull at his house. Ultimately, they developed from that trash pull what they thought to be his DNA from his trash and matched it to that shirt, plaid shirt, that was found in the dumpster at Lake City. They never attempted to ask him for a DNA sample or try to talk to him at that time. They had just made the decision based upon that to arrest him. Now, ultimately, the evidence is going to show that Ron Hyde's DNA matched what's called wearer DNA on the flannel shirt. And what that means, DNA, when it touches skin, especially in the collar area, under the arms, the cuffs of the shirt, the cuffs of the belt line of a pair of pants, it rubs against the skin of the wearer of that piece of clothing, and it's transferred. The skin cells are actually transferred to the item of clothing. We all know this just from common sense. They'll bring around the collar, thing like you see from dishwasher commercials. But you'll learn that it's quite persistent. It doesn't easily wash off. It is persistent and stays on an item of clothing, even when it's worn by another person. And in this particular case, the shirt had Ron Hyde's DNA, wearer DNA. It had Fred Laster's blood DNA, and it had Fred Laster's wearer DNA. So both Fred Laster and Ron Hyde had worn the same shirt. That's what it means. There was also in the Lake City dumpster a black plastic garbage bag found in the dumpster, in which was located an egg crate type mattress topper, 2 Ginsu type knives, TriStar or brand, which were really popular in the 80s and 90s and sold at big box stores like Kmart, Walmart. Some pieces of used bathtub non-skid appliques, which were also, and still are popular, have been popular for the last 40 years. Sold at also these big box stores, Kmart, Walmart, and such, and some orange rubber gloves. All kind of messed up together in the same bag. The gloves and the mattress topper contained the DNA of Fred Laster. There was a single hair in the bag, located on the glove, but not necessarily from the glove. In other words, because you're going to hear about transfers and hair and how hair can get transferred from one object to another. It was consistent with the mitochondrial DNA of the Hyde family. Now what that means, it's not specific to Ron Hyde, but you'll learn that mitochondrial DNA is passed down through the maternal line, and so the grandmother would pass it on to all of her children, but it would be passed from her daughter to the daughter's children. So it comes down to the maternal line, so it would be consistent with any member of the Laster family on the maternal side, including Mr. Hyde. It could be Mr. Hyde's head. Now, I expect firmly that Daisy and other members of the Laster family will testify that in the Hyde Beach house had some TriStar knives, had possibly at some time bathtub application for the tub, had egg crate mattress toppers, especially left over from mom's bedridden condition. This is the evidence against Ron Hyde. This is all the evidence against Ron Hyde. At the close of case, you're going to be wondering a number of things. Where was Fred Lester killed? No one will testify that blood or any other forensic evidence of Fred Lester was linked to the Jacksonville Beach house belonging to Ron Hyde, or the Thelma Street house, because even in 2017, when Mr. Hyde was arrested, he still had Thelma Street. Nothing was ever found in either place. The police spent 4 days going through the Jacksonville Beach house alone. Both were thoroughly searched. Whatever happened to Fred's head, hands, and legs? Where were they disposed of? These items have never been recovered. And why was this done? I mean, why would anybody do that? There was no animosity, according to anyone. There was no animosity between Ron Hyde and Fred Lester. That could, especially anything, nothing could account for that kind of mutilation. The Jacksonville Beach house, the yard was completely dug up by law enforcement, completely dug up looking for anything. Nothing relating to Fred Lester was found in either of Mr. Hyde's homes. Why was Fred's torso found in Lake City? There will be no rational explanation for that you will hear in this trial that relates to Ron Hyde. Fred's father, you will hear that Fred's father lived in Lee, which is kind of on the other side of Lake City. But Ron Hyde had absolutely no connection to Lake City. There's nothing linking Ron Hyde to that place. How was Fred's torso transported to Lake City? The state will argue that Ron drove it there from Jack's Beach in his father's 1987 Camaro because a witness saw a newer model, dark, black, blue, or gray, Firebird or Camaro, backed up to the dumpster at 7 a.m. the morning of June 5th, Sunday morning. 7 a.m. the body's discovered about 10. But the Camaro Ron Hyde, the dad left him, was silver, 7 years old, not a newer model, not shiny looking by then. And no one saw anybody near that Camaro, so it's not like that somebody saw a guy there that may have matched his description or anything like that. No. They also saw, at the same time they saw a Camaro, somebody across the street at the other gas station. So why would anybody be dumping a torso at that dumpster with another person across the street in a Jeep? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but you'll also learn that another witness, Darlene Washburn, saw a dark pickup truck leave the closed BP station around 12:45 to 1 a.m. that Sunday morning. And that lead was never followed. Another big question that you are going to have to ask is, how was Fred Lester killed? Because there's nothing obvious about the torso that will tell us anything about the manner of death. Was he shot? Was he knifed? Did he bleed out? You're just never going to know the answer to this question. You'll also learn that the Lasker family was never really questioned back by law enforcement in 1994, nor in 1995 when they ultimately got around to reporting him missing, nor the following years. I mean, 20 years went by. No one was ever asked any questions. until Daisy thought she found something that sounded like her brother on the internet. Likewise, Ron Hyde was never questioned by law enforcement until the morning of his arrest. You'll learn that he was arrested March 7th of 2017 as he was driving to work. By then, he worked for the Department of Corrections, counseling inmates at Florida State Prison. He was pulled over, brought to the police station, and questioned, totally out of the blue, asking him questions about an event that had happened 20 years earlier. He was not given access to records, calendars, anything that might jog his memory. And he got a few things wrong. He told the police he thought his mom died in 1994 rather than 1993. He said Fred jumped out of his car on A1A rather than 17 North. He got the direction right. He said it was going north, but he got the street name wrong. By now, in 2017, Ron Hyde was 61 years old. Not the 38-year-old he was back in 1994. He had forgotten a lot of the details of his life. A lot of time had passed since 1994. Ron still kept up with one of the family members, the last two family members, Travis. They talked occasionally on the phone. Travis, by that time, had moved to Louisiana, and they saw each other maybe a couple times a year. Ron, you'll learn, remained a mental health counselor at Florida State Prison, but by this time, his own mental health had taken a turn for the worse, and by 2017, he suffered from chronic and persistent depression and hoarding. He did some things that helped with depression, like playing golf, but his house was a mess. He had let it completely deteriorate over the years. There was no longer any running water. He was piled with junk. I mean, you're going to see photos of that house that rival anything you've ever seen on the TV show Hoarding. Fortunately, it ended up benefiting him because we have the ability to actually show you a calendar from 1994 with what he did on a day-to-day basis. Phone records from 1994, a photograph of the Camaro when it was purchased by his father in 1997. There were just piles and piles and piles of material in this house, floor to ceiling. Paper cups, trash, worthless items, but also some things that reflect on his day-to-day activities during the weeks, months around Fred Laster's disappearance. And some things were found that help us, or will help you ultimately try to establish dates and times. Law enforcement, as I said, spent 4 days going through this house. A family member of Ron's actually went through the stuff after law enforcement did, and actually gave law enforcement some things that were helpful in terms of, what his activities were around the date and time. And there's not, in this mountain of material in that house, there's not one shred, not one piece, not one anything that connects Ron Hyde to the death of Fred Laster. There's no blood of Fred Laster, there's no hair of Fred Laster, there's no clothes of Fred Laster, there's nothing that will allow anyone to conclude that anything bad happened to Fred Laster in the house. We ask you, during the course of this trial, to keep an open mind, to listen closely to the evidence. Some of it's going to be difficult and hard to watch. Frankly, a photo of a torso is going to be disturbing to see. But it's important, I think, that you listen to the testimony and you see the exhibits and you honestly think about and evaluate what it is you are seeing and hearing. At the close of this case, ladies and gentlemen, we will be asking you to return a verdict of not guilty there's every reason to doubt the truth of this accusation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Fennell. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've been going for about over an hour and a half, so I'm going to ask you to put your notepads on your seats. We're going to take our first recess here this morning. With the reminder that you're not to talk about this case among yourselves, but you may step into the jury room and we'll bring you out for about 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Ladies, you're going to have to stand up.
Were there any exceptions or objections to the preliminary instructions I gave before opening statements? Okay, so we will be in recess here, and then the state, you may call your next witness when we reconvene. Your first witness when we reconvene. Thank you.
No bill.
Right, I was going to ask you before I wrote down, we needed to make this a longer break, or, I mean, I don't want to go too far beyond this. I should now, wanted to find longer break, I think it's, okay, oh, okay. Yeah. Just put hers going to keep. Go ahead and talk now. Sorry. All right, thank you. This will be a long one, so Michelle's.
I've been here plenty.
Did they just skip 95?
I just did one.
I'm going to go outside. I'm going to go outside.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
Oh, got it. Okay. And which one is that? Is that 94?
Right, it's marked as 94.
Nice.
I'm gonna go across the hall just so I show you. I will. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll call you driving along, so,
Okay, yeah, okay, so you were able to.
it's not from the top. It's just something. Yeah, it's the top part, where it says tire.
Yeah, that's what, I'm just kidding. So there's that. Thanks for seeing it.
Hurry up and wait.
Are there just 3 exhibits?
Right now,
Okay.
I think there may be some more later on.
And these are,
One is a disk, PowerPoint disk. Did you have any objections to this one?
The one high trial PowerPoint has no objection to it, because the photos I saw, maps and all that.
and that's on which one? Defendants, that's what? Defendants A, which will be 1 if it's stipulated to? Let's identify, what is that, what disc number is that? What is that? A, so that will be number 1 if it's stipulated to, and that's a disc of photos. Okay, and state has no objection to that?
Yes, we will.
When that comes in, we can get that packed up.
All right. Any objection to number 1? Okay, what is number 2?
Number 2 is a lab report from Orchard Cellmark, which we have agreed to be introduced along with a stipulation that we haven't drafted yet. So I would just ask that we go ahead and mark it. It's 2, we understand that we'll say with the stipulation, so that'll be in 84, the trial.
Okay, so you're just gonna ask the witness if he sent this stuff to Orchard?
All right, any objection then to this B, which will become 2?
No, as long as the stipulation is included, which defense counsel represents.
Okay. And what is C, which would be 3 if stipulated?
I believe they're gonna authenticate that through Travis Lasker. I have no objection to it using pre-mars, and assume they authenticate it through Travis Lasker. I have no objection to it.
Okay, and we'll go ahead and mark that one as well as 3. And that's it for now then?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, for the record, the defendant's present, has been present during this discussion of the stipulated defense exhibits. Just put it on counsel. All right, while we're waiting, let me just, for clarity of record, in the state's exhibits that are currently numbered 1 through 103, 95 is missing. I just wanted it to be clear, that's the 4 Qs. That is a knife from home, big is how it's identified. As I understand it, there are 2 knives in 94, the big and the small. So there is no exhibit 95. Is that your understanding,
That
State?
was my understanding, I forgot to mention.
Okay. So there will not be an exhibit 95.
And Judge, while we're on the record, the record is really clear on this. I think I need to probably read out the items that would be subject to the motion to suppress that we are renewing. That will be the starting with KK, would that be right, Mr. Ronnie? Would it be 38, 39, 40, 41, 42?
Now these are photos.
Yes, they would be photos taken inside the home.
Okay.
I would say 36, against the photos of the home, some from the street.
I don't know that we have a constitutional.
Yeah, pictures from the outside.
Street are gonna
I'm not sure they'd be on. Very good, okay, very good.
I think it starts with, we started with 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, through or excuse me, 94, through 94.
Except for 82.
through 94, but you're right, those other items were not found in the house, those were the ones found in the dumpster.
Correct, so it would be, yes, as we just said, I just wanted to make sure that that is correct.
Okay,
Thank you, Judge.
thank you. All right, we have everyone present now, let's bring in the jury and continue the trial. Is this a long witness or a short witness? Will you have another short one after? I don't want to go beyond, too far beyond 12:30, just so the jurors can eat lunch.
You should be able to get your first two witnesses done fairly.
Okay, good. Jurors, enter in the courtroom. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may resume your seats. And I'll call upon the state to call its first witness.
State will call William Gilbert.
All right, Mr. Gilbert, please. All right, Mr. Gilbert, if you'll come forward and be sworn, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you feel will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, Mr. Gilbert, if you'll just sit close to the microphone and please speak loudly and clearly, and state you may proceed.
Good morning. Sir, could you tell us your full name?
William Leon Gilbert,
And, sir, you retired or still working?
still working,
And what do you do?
electrician with the Florida Department of Transportation,
All right, where do you live?
Lake City.
Let me take you back to June 5th, 1994, and ask you if you recall being in the vicinity of Highway 441, Interstate 10. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall where you would have been coming from?
I worked at Occidental at that time, and we carpooled at the post office, and I was leaving the post office going home.
Now, what time of day would this have been?
Probably between 6:30 and 7.
Now, sir, you were in your vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall where you were going? Well, let me ask you this. Where were you headed?
I was headed home.
Now, are there any businesses at that intersection of 441 and Interstate 10?
Yes, sir. There was 2 gas stations on the S&S store and a gas station on the south side and 2 gas stations on the north side.
Do you remember what type of gas stations there were as far as the names?
Well, on the south side was S&S store and a Joy store across from it. On the north side was a Chevron station and I don't remember, I believe it was a Shell station on the right side.
All right, well, let me ask you this, do you remember seeing anything that caught your attention? Let's start with the Chevron station.
There was a red Jeep parked under the canopy.
Okay. When you say the canopy, what do you mean there?
The shelter over the gas pumps.
And anything in particular about this Jeep as far as color or anything like that?
It was red, just stood out because the gas station was closed.
And were you able to see anyone inside that vehicle?
Yes, sir, there was looked like a blonde-haired man
And
sitting in it.
how were you able to see inside?
The window was down.
Now, was this a Jeep with full windows or the flap down kind?
It had the vinyl top, the little flat down plastic windows.
Now, did you see anything at the station across the street?
Yes, sir, there was a car backed up to the dumpster.
And was there anything particular about that car that caught your attention?
It looked like a sports car to me.
You recall telling anyone that it was a Camaro or Firebird?
Yes, sir, something similar to that, you know, sports car back then was like a Firebird or a Camaro. The way the hood was slanted down.
And anything about the color?
It appeared to be dark. I couldn't tell you exactly what color, but it looked like a dark colored vehicle.
Now, what about the either the doors or the trunk or anything?
The trunk was up and the driver's door was open.
Now, did you see anyone
No, sir.
back there like you did at the Jeep across the street?
No, sir.
And were you able to see this from your vehicle while you're driving?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you drive into the lot of the gas station across from the Chevron? Did you drive back there?
No, sir.
Now, did you notify anyone about this vehicle back there by the dumpster?
Later that day I did,
And then who did you notify?
the sheriff's department.
Now, did you have any kind of motto or anything about saying what you saw? Or any type of saying, is that something that you would?
This is leading.
I'm sorry?
Leading on.
Not the way the question was asked, overruled.
What was that, sir?
Did you have any type of motto, a code about saying what you saw?
Yeah, if I see something, you know, that's not right, I'll report it.
Now, why is it that you felt you needed to notify the police about a sport type car or sport vehicle, a Camaro back by the dumpster?
My wife heard that they found a body in that dumpster. And I said, well, shoot, that might be the car I seen.
And was it that same day or the next day?
Same day.
And you wound up talking to the police?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you know the Laster family or anyone involved in this case?
No, sir.
And about when you're driving by, about how long had it been since you left the post office from where you picked up your car?
Probably 10 minutes. It's about 4 miles from the post office.
And you were just heading down Highway 441.
Yes, sir.
Another question, John.
All right, thank you. Cross-examine.
Ms. Renner, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Gilbert.
Good morning.
I have a few follow-up questions for you. So you were driving your vehicle home that day?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't stop your vehicle to see and look and stare at these two vehicles that you observed, correct?
No, ma'am.
So you were continuously driving that entire time?
Yes, ma'am.
And this was about 7 a.m. or so, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
So it was pre-dawn, a little bit of light,
Yeah.
still kind of dark?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you specifically saw that there was a red Jeep with a person inside of it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were able to see that very well.
Yes, ma'am.
And that person was there at the same time that you also observed the Camaro at the other gas station.
Yes, ma'am.
Or, I say Camaro because I believe the state said that quite a few times. When you first saw it, you didn't know what kind of sports car it was, did you?
No, I still don't know for sure, you know what.
Sure, could have been a Firebird, could have been a Trans Am.
Yes, ma'am, could have.
The only reason you thought that it was sporty looking is because of the front of it.
Yeah, the way the front was shaped.
Because from your view, all you saw was the front. You didn't see the full profile of this.
I seen the side.
You saw the side a little bit with the door open.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But the slope of it was the slope, I think you said,
Yes,
of the
ma'am.
front end. Yes, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you saw that, you saw the trunk open, you glanced at it, you remembered this, and when you heard the news of the torso found, that's when you called the police, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you actually ended up giving an interview with the police 2 days later about it. So it wasn't the same day, it was about 2 days later that you spoke with Lieutenant Wells?
I couldn't tell you exactly how many days it was, but it was, I called, my wife woke me up to go back to work that night and told me they found the body, so I called them and they contacted me, I think, the next day.
So it wasn't immediately after you saw this, it was a little bit of time in between?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. And when you spoke with Lieutenant Wells, you described it, as we've heard, as a sports vehicle, dark in color, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I think you gave examples at that point, blue, black, dark gray. Dark colors, would that be correct?
Yeah, I told them dark colors, and it could have been any one of them, I couldn't.
You were just trying to help, you were guessing what kind of color it could be, but you don't know what color it was.
No, ma'am.
And as far as the model, you told Lieutenant Wells that it was shiny and a newer model. Do you agree with that statement?
I don't know if I said shiny, I might have, but it was a newer model car,
It was a
the
newer
way it
model.
looked.
It
It
looked,
wasn't no beat up junk.
sure. So, do you not remember saying the word shiny in your description to Lieutenant Wells?
No, ma'am, I don't remember that.
If I were to provide you with a police report just to review, would that help refresh your recollection perhaps?
It might.
It might?
Stick with the Jack, witness, let's show the short report.
I'm sorry?
Stick with the Jack, let's show the short report.
No, for refreshing memory, you can show the witness the report.
And Your Honor, I will show counsel and then may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. For the record, Mr. Wells, it's the second paragraph. If you want to read that to yourself, see that. Mr. Gilbert, did that help you remember what you told Lieutenant Wells on the date of your interview?
I still don't remember whether I said shiny or not, but I remember sporty.
Okay, but a newer model,
Yeah, I believe it was a newer model.
and this was in 1994.
Yes, ma'am.
And with that newer model sports vehicle, you did not see a person,
No, ma'am.
like you did with the red Jeep that was also present.
Yes, ma'am.
This was on a Sunday morning that you were traveling home from work?
I guess it was Sunday. I don't even remember what day of the week it was now.
That'd be one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
clarify, I know that you just had kind of a motto that when you see something, say something.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's also why you included that red Jeep, because you saw that red Jeep at the same time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you wanted to make sure they knew that that Jeep was in the vicinity of where this torso was found.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gilbert.
Is there any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Gilbert, where specifically was the red Jeep parked? At the Chevron across the street?
You had 2 rows of gas pumps, and it was parked on the outside road closest to the road, closest to 441.
Is that still by the pumps?
Yes, sir.
And as far as across the street, where was, we'll call it a sporty vehicle parked?
Backed up to the dumpster.
And is the dumpster located at the front near the highway the same as the pumps?
No, sir, it's further back.
And do you have any idea whether this vehicle was a 94 or a 93 when you say newer?
No, sir, I couldn't tell you what year model. It just looked newer, you know.
It wasn't junky,
No,
like you said before.
yeah, what new red.
Thank you for the question.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes,
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused and free to go. And state, you may call your next witness.
I say we call Brian Ricks. Brian Ricks.
Ritz. All right, sir, if you'll come forward and be sworn.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, you may proceed.
Sir, could you please tell us your full name?
Brian S. Ricks.
And what do you do, Mr. Ricks?
I'm retired right now.
All right. And where are you retired from?
Cronie County Sheriff's Office.
And, or in total, how long were you with, well, what was your capacity with the sheriff's office?
Originally, deputy sheriff, and when I retired, I was a corporal.
And overall, what was your total tenure with the sheriff's office?
A little over 28 years.
And when did you retire?
In Christmas Eve to 2020.
Now, do you recall being on duty with the Columbia County Sheriff's Office back on June 5, 1994?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall responding to a crime scene at a BP station?
Yes, sir.
And where is the BP station located?
It was on US 441, just north of I-10 in Lakeland.
And what was going on there at the BP station?
We got a call about discovery of a body, a torso.
And when you say a torso, could you tell the jury specifically what you mean by that?
The head had been cut off, the hands had been cut off, and both legs had been cut off, so it was just the torso of the body.
And when you arrived, what was going on?
We were just basically examining the scene and finding out what witnesses we had and what exactly we had going on.
Now, did you write a report regarding this particular incident?
Yes, sir.
If I can approach the witness,
Yes.
Michelle with smart as 6011. I ask you if you recognize that you had taken out of the plastic. Ask you, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that your report that you've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
And in that report, you documented everything that happened there
Yes, sir.
at the BP station on that day on June 5th, 1994.
Yes, sir.
And is that
report, does that include a narrative of, I guess, your involvement in the case?
Yes, sir. My involvement.
Processing of evidence, follow-up, investigation, or anything like that? Read from your narrative.
Okay. I write down that with the people who had called in, called their dog. She was walking her dog, torso, and also the BP station there, Mr. Barry, Rebecca Hunt, who was the lady with the dog. It happened, and you know.
Just read right from your narrative.
Observed the torso section had been located, which is located to the right of the. And then crime scene take, we cordon off an area, dumpster and everything to the station. I spoke with Ms. Hunt and what time frame we were looking at there. I was told by they opened the station at 8 o'clock in the morning. Last night it was closed the night before by station. I then and our crime team to respond.
Anyone, everything that's all detailed there in the report? And if you could, and then, sir, if you could, why don't you just go ahead and read from the report itself, and then everybody who was involved.
Further investigation reveals that on 6/5/94 at approximately 10:13 a.m. at BP Station US 41 North, past I-10, Lake City, Florida 32055, this officer responded to a call of discovery of a body, and upon arrival observed the torso section of an apparent white male. This officer then secured the scene and notified the on-call investigator and crime scene unit to come process the scene. A list of those who were in the scene area was obtained, and the scene was turned over to the investigators, which is Mike Hodges and Art Piccolo. This officer was notified, or was advised, that the station was closed at 10 p.m. the night before and was opened at 8 a.m. this morning. The body was discovered first by Rebecca Hunt, who was walking her dog, and she notified the station owner, Mr. Walter David Perry, who then notified our agency. Prior to arrival of this officer, only one other person went near the body, the station mechanic, G.W. Reisler. During this officer's investigation, a white female, Darlene Washburn, came to the location and advised that between 12:45 and 1 a.m., she observed a dark-colored model pickup truck exit the BP station parking lot going south on 441, but she couldn't advise of any occupants or any other details on the state of the car or vehicle.
And then all those witnesses are listed on the report.
Right. That's the witnesses.
You already mentioned Ms. Hunt, Mr. Berry, Mr. Risner, Mr. Gibbons, and Ms. Washburn. And you mentioned crime scene. Were photographs taken
Yes, sir.
of the area around the dumpster and the entire gas?
Yes, sir.
Including the torso?
Yes, sir.
If I can show you. Just 2 through, or yes, yeah, 1 through 4. And you have it there on your screen?
Yes, sir.
And what, can you tell us what are we looking at here?
Can I just stop for a second? Let me make sure, ladies and gentlemen, jury, are your monitors on and working? All right, and defense counsel, your monitors are on and working? All right, you may proceed.
What are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 1?
You're looking at an aerial view of straight down above the area, the station to the right there, where it says Lewis Murray Tire and Road Service, that's the BP station.
Okay. And going next to State's Exhibit 2. What do we have here?
That's the scene looking at it from out by near 441 into the station. You have the gas station to the left there, and the white fenced area there is where the dumpster's behind there.
That's toward the back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I guess, we can go back for a second.
Dumpster to the right there.
That little, the two smidgens of green, if you will, those are the pumps up at the front. Or those the pumps up at the front?
Talking about the yes.
All right. All right. And then that would be the highway, taking from the vantage point of the highway.
Yes.
3. And what are we looking at here?
That little fenced in area there.
Let's say it's Exhibit 4. And what's that vantage point?
Looking back at the station and the roadway and everything.
All right. And State's 5. And what is that there?
That's a picture.
6. Take you to number 8. What are we looking at here?
You're looking at the side facing north.
And State's
Picture of the torso.
Exhibit 10. And then moving on to State. Was the dumpster itself searched?
About the crime scene, yes,
And
sir.
the crime scene would have done that?
Yes, sir.
And they took?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But as far as going through the trash and the dumpster and all that, you weren't involved in collecting that yourself?
No, sir. They collected all that information.
Did you have any further involvement after this?
Not directly, no, sir.
No. Have any other questions?
All right, cross exam.
Just very briefly.
Good morning, how are you?
Good.
Just have a couple follow-up questions. I know that you read your report. All of this was the information that you received. You were the first person that was on scene, correct?
No, ma'am. That was my zone to work, so that's why I took the report.
Okay, so you authored a report, you were one of the first officers to report?
Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am.
Good, I clarified that. So at that point, though, there were detectives involved and crime scene techs. Make sure that all of this information that you wrote down in this report gets to those individuals, correct?
I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Did you share this information with the detective that responded?
Yes, ma'am.
So that detective that responded was, based on the fact that you told him that, knew about the existence of all these witnesses?
Yes, ma'am.
Observed a dark-colored, older model pickup exiting that same exact station the night before or early morning hours, 12:45 to 1 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was important to you, that's why you wrote that down.
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further.
Can you redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Ricks, was there any tag information or VIN number information or anything in particular about the dark colored pickup truck at 1 a.m. in the morning that Ms. Washburn was able to provide?
No, not at that time.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, and this one.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused and free to go. All right. Do y'all have another short witness we can squeeze in before lunch, or do we need to recess for
The
lunch?
next witness is the crime scene detective.
So that'll be longer. Okay. All right, then, it is past 12 anyway, good time for us to break for lunch. So assigned will lock them and secure them during this lunch recess and allow you to have a 1-hour lunch break. Again, you can eat lunch together, you can eat lunch separate, you can stay in the building, you can leave the building, but whatever you do, you're not to talk about this case among yourselves or with anyone else, nor are you to use your electronic devices, which we will return for this recess, in order to find out any information about the people or places involved in this case. Again, that is because this case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented in this courtroom in your presence, the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the judge. Jurors cannot conduct any independent investigation on their own, and that includes reading newspapers, watching the television, or surfing the web. And further, again, should you see any of the attorneys or any of the witnesses waiting outside the courtroom, you're not to engage them in any conversation. So with that, if you will return here, please, at 1:10, that's 1 hour from now, and we'll resume the trial at that time. We'll be at recess. Thank you very much. Out of the courtroom, is there anything we need to take up from the state? From the defense? No. All right, we'll be in recess for an hour.
Very good. They're coming.
I was hoping they would turn that over there. You have to have this back.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on the side, but when you come back, it's
Okay.
Let's go outside. Let's go outside.
Down in Southwest. One of all forensic studies. No, we're going to be forensic anthropologists. Have you seen the show Bones? So basically, we look at oh yeah.
Decapitation.
We see can be. So that's usually like smart, but we that is very you must love it.
Ma'am, take your feet out of my furniture. Thank you.
Oh, wow. And it was still working? Shame on them.
That's all right.
Must be good if they want to hold on to you.
Who's that? Who's that?
Nobody you know. No, the people you know, but not
Some guy that said hi?
Oh, wow.
He's sad that he doesn't.
Right.
My goodness.
Okay. So you see it all.
Start hitting the chords. She said
Interact the same way on different materials. Does that make sense?
she said no, take no loud look at it.
Oh, okay. Oh my goodness.
All rise. Circuit Court Division CRE is now back in session and may be seated.
All right, thank you. All right, we are on the record. The defendant is present with counsel as counsel for the state. Is there anything we need to bring up before we bring the jury up?
Sorry, yes. We have what has been marked for identification as Defense Exhibit D, which is the 1994 video of the crime scene. I believe the state is going to stipulate for this coming into evidence, and it is our intent to discuss it with Mr. Mizrahi, and he has no objection, so that we do not have to recall Detective Winner, that I can publish this during this cross-examination.
Okay, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, then we'll mark that as defense exhibit number 4 into evidence.
Your Honor, we also have Defense Exhibit B, which the state has stipulated to come into evidence as Defense Exhibit 2, which is a report from working at Selmar.
Right, I believe we marked that as defense exhibit number 2 already. We were just awaiting the stipulation that went along with that.
And Your Honor, I did send that stipulation to Ms. Watson, and I just emailed it. I don't know how long it will take for everyone to get it, but
Okay.
it's just a brief sentence.
Is that something that I will be reading here with the next witness, or at what point will that be coming up?
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Benner is also the one who asked that that report or be generated and send that evidence off, so I do anticipation.
All right, thank you. Yes, so the stipulation I just received, which is defendant's exhibit number 2, or goes with defendant's exhibit number 2, reads, the DNA profile obtained from swabbing of the glove referenced in the attached exhibit match Fred Blaster's DNA profile.
as long as we attach it to that.
Okay. inquire of Mr. Hyde as to the stipulation. If you can please swear the defendant in.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, Mr. Hyde. Did I call him Mr. Lester? My apologies. Mr. Hyde, I've just received what's called a stipulation of fact. That is, the attorneys have agreed to this fact being introduced in trial without any additional predicate or evidence needed to support that. I want to be sure, sir, that you understand and you agree to this stipulation of fact being introduced during this trial.
Yes, ma'am.
You do agree to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And without telling us what was said, did you have sufficient time to speak to your attorneys about the stipulation?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they answer all your questions to your satisfaction with regard to the stipulation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. And again, are you entering into the stipulation freely, willingly, and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you then. Well then, I will accept that, and when the time comes, just either state or defense, let me know when I need to read the stipulation into evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? All right, is there anything else we need to take up?
Not for this day.
Not for this one.
All right, now let's bring the jury on. Well, let me ask something while we're waiting on them. Do you want this stipulation attached to Exhibit 2 when it goes back to the jury? Or just filed as part of the record after I read it?
That's fine.
Okay, then we will make it part of Exhibit 2.
Jurors, enter in the courtroom.
All right, thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone may take their seats. At this time, I'll call upon the state to call its next witness.
Say, call Calvin Finner.
All right, sir, if you'll come forward and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you tell us your full name, please? Sir, could you tell us your full name, please?
Oh, there you are, sorry. Oh, I heard it was an echo. Calvin Lee
I get that.
Jr.
All right. Where do you reside, sir?
Currently living in Silver Springs, Florida.
And what are you doing for a living?
I'm retired, but I started a handyman business.
And what did you do before you retired?
I was a law enforcement officer.
And with what particular agency?
My last agency was Columbia County Sheriff's Office.
How long were you with the Columbia County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 12 years.
And what was your function or assignment with CCSO?
In 1992, Sheriff Trammell hired me to be a detective because of my crime scene knowledge with my previous agency, Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office.
And how long were you with them?
6 years. 6 years.
And is there any training and whatnot that you go through to be a crime scene detective?
Yes, I started in late 1988, 89, taking classes. When I was working the road, I always watched the crime scene guys come out and do their thing. It's always amazed me, and I got interested in it, and I started taking classes,
And,
started my career.
and can you tell us also, what exactly is the function or your duties as a crime scene detective?
My primary responsibility is to document the scene and to collect evidence from the scene. If somebody had the need to, it would be my job to put that scene back together, put the evidence where it was that it came from. We do this through measurements, through photography, and any other visual aids that we might have.
Is that also referred to as processing the scene?
Yes, it is.
Now, were you, back on June 5th, 1994, were you functioning as a crime scene detective with the Columbia County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I was.
And was that your sole function with that department?
Actually, they had me in a dual role. I started taking over the volunteer section of the crime scene unit. There were a couple volunteers that helped the previous person. Sheriff Trammell wanted me to work as a detective and to oversee the crime scene unit.
Now, can you tell us whether or not, as part of your duties as a crime scene detective back in 1994, specifically June 5th, did you have the occasion to process a scene at a BP station?
Yes, I did.
And where was the station located?
At just north of 441 and I-10 on the east side of the street.
And how are you notified to go to this location?
Dispatch called me at home, told me that, well, actually, the person on the scene had dispatch called for a crime scene. They called me at home to come out.
And what was the nature of the scene that they needed you to process?
All they told me on the phone was that there was a deceased body.
And those two volunteers that you mentioned, were they assisting you that day?
Yes, they were. Mr. Tomlinson I got a hold of, and he met me at the sheriff's office, and Mr. Hood, he joined us a short while later.
Are those two gentlemen, are they still with us today?
No, they unfortunately both have passed. Mr. Tomlinson, the last one, just died in October.
Or can you tell, where were you directed when you got to the BP station?
I pulled in, or actually, Mr. Tomlinson and I pulled in, and we saw that the area surrounding the scene had been cordoned off with yellow crime scene tape. We stopped outside the tape, met with the people on scene. That was Hodgson and Hodges who were there, and Major Brooks. They told us what they had seen and understood so far.
And did you go beyond the crime scene tape and investigate the area of the dumpster yourself?
Yes, it did.
And did you see anything with regard to the body that you were called out about?
Yes, I did. Behind the dumpster, out of sight of the street, was the deceased body of a white male.
And can you describe any particular, describe what the appearance of the body was?
Yes, the body was laying on its back right-hand side. One arm was up, there was no hand on it. The other arm, the left arm, was down to the side. There was no head on the body. The legs had been cut off at the buttocks. And genitals were still intact and visible.
And did you examine the actual condition of the torso itself?
Yes, I did. Towards the end of my time there, after the state attorneys arrived, I went back and moved the body to examine it more closely.
How would you describe it in terms of, I guess, any clean, unclean blood? How would you describe that?
The body appeared to be clean. It appeared to be washed. I had never seen a body that was just killed and and be as clean as it was. There was no pooling blood underneath. It was, in my estimation, drained out.
And did you observe anything else around the immediate area of the dumpster?
Yes, there was evidence, what appeared to be a mark on the front side of the dumpster that appeared to have a blood-like stain on it, or a blood-like substance. That stain went down the side of the dumpster, or the front of the dumpster. When it reached the ground below, there was a trail of it that led around to the back side of the dumpster.
And where did that end, the trail?
And at the point where the body was located. Also, there were what appeared to be bits and pieces of flesh, body tissue in those marks.
And did you, in terms of the marks, that is the drag marks on the ground that you described, as well as the staining that you described, did you take any type of collection?
Yes, I did. I collected pieces of body tissue. They were put into a vial for further examination.
And who does that further examination?
Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Now, did you touch the body?
Yes, I did.
And are you wearing anything when you touched the body?
Yes, I was wearing gloves.
And was the body hard or soft to the touch at that time?
It was soft and pliable. I moved the arms with no resistance and turned the body to its side to look underneath.
And when you turned the body to look underneath, was there anything that you observed?
There was some blanching marks on the back of the body, place where the body rested, that there was an absence of blood.
Did there appear to be any evidence of any animals having any contact with the torso or anything like that?
No, none whatsoever.
And what was the weather like that day on June 5th, 1994?
When I got there, we took a temperature reading. It was 86 degrees and 79% humidity.
And what was the weather like?
It was cloudy. It eventually drizzled a little bit on us during the processing.
And the area behind the dumpster, can you describe that?
It's a wooded area. The asphalt backs up to low grass and then woods.
And was this area ultimately searched for any other evidence or any other?
Yes, it was. There were 4 of us who searched the area and back.
Anything of significance found back there?
No.
And I'd like to show you some photos that are and evidence of that appearing on the screen, starting with state 6. And starting with state 6, you see that, sir?
Yes.
Screen? Okay. And what is that? Do you know what that photograph is?
It appears to be the drag mark or the marks on the side of the dumpster.
Okay. And that's what you described earlier?
Yes.
And state 7? And what does that appear to be?
Those are the marks that continue down from the marks on the dumpster. And as you go towards the bottom of the screen and to the left, that goes back around to the back of the dumpster.
Okay. And states exhibit 8?
That's the body behind the dumpster. We're looking on the side opposite the drag marks.
Okay. And states exhibit 9?
Again, the body of the deceased.
And states exhibit 10?
Same.
Okay. All right. Was the dumpster itself searched?
Yes, it was.
And can you tell us, was there also photos taken of the interior of the dumpster?
Yes, there were.
All right. I guess, and did you search that?
Yes, I did. It was actually done in a couple stages. The top layer of evidence that we could see was visually pulled off. I mean, it was pulled off to safeguard it. When we got to a point where we didn't see any further evidence, we closed the dumpster up, took it back to the sheriff's office compound where we went through it more thoroughly.
All right, but were there photos taken at the scene there, or was that back at the office?
This photo was taken at the scene.
Okay. All right, and that's State's Exhibit 11. Is that how the items that appeared, I guess, at the top of that dumpster?
Yes, this is somewhat towards the center of the dumpster. The blue bag was in the center of the dumpster, and the flannel shirt you can see just to the right-hand side of that blue bag.
All right, and State's Exhibit 12? And what are we looking at there?
That's the bag that came out of the, as you look at the dumpster, it would have been on the right rear side of the dumpster.
Okay, that's I see that, there's that back in number 11.
And
The
that
black bag.
bag contained the egg crate mattress, the knives, and several other items.
All right. And State's Exhibit 13?
That's that same bag, and
And what about the egg crate mattress? Are we able to?
yes, it had a blood-like substance. It appeared to have been possibly watered down, blood-like tissue, blood and tissue. And there between my hands are what I call non-skid stickers that are like go in the bottom of a bathtub to keep you from slipping.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 14? Are those the stickers that you're talking about?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
And you can see tissue and bone as well in this.
And that's still in the mattress pad or the egg crate?
Egg crate mattress, yes.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 15?
When we pulled the items out of the dumpster, we worked from the left-hand side to the right-hand side, pulling items out. The items in the foreground were pulled out first, and we worked our way across the dumpster.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 16? What are we looking at here?
Those were the gloves that were pulled out of the bag.
Okay. And any particular about the gloves that you noted?
Yes, they appeared to have that blood-like stain on them,
And
inside and out.
I'm sorry?
Inside and out.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 17?
Again, the egg crate mattress.
All right. And State's Exhibit 18? What are we looking at here?
Those were the TriStar knives that were inside the egg, rolled up inside the egg crate mattress.
And State's Exhibit 19?
The larger of the knives.
All right. Yeah, one was larger, one was smaller, and State's Exhibit 20?
Yes,
And State's Exhibit 21?
that was both of the knives after processing with what we commonly call super glue fumes.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 22?
The egg crate mattress,
Just kind of all laid out?
all laid out, yes.
And State's Exhibit 23?
That's the same shirt that came from the dumpster. We had a secure area in back of the sheriff's office that allowed for air circulating when we dried the items out.
And the shirt itself, was there anything particular about the shirt that you noted?
It had some rips and tears in it. I noted in my notes the brand name
and size.
Now, in addition to photographing these various pieces of physical evidence, and obviously we can see them laid out, these were collected
Yes, they were.
and stored securely?
Yes.
And ultimately, what happens to these items? Is there any forensic testing that's done?
Yes, the knives, of course, were processed there. There was a scrap of paper that was processed, excuse me. The knives were processed at the crime scene unit in the sheriff's office. We superglued those for latent fingerprints.
And in terms of the gloves and the knife and the shirt, is there anything that you do to I guess to further see if there's any fine evidence on it?
You know, we examined the knives with a alternative light source with several spectrums of light to see if we could visualize any fingerprints or any other items that might be on them. We didn't see any fingerprints of usable value after the super gluing. The knives were boxed back up and sent. I believe that the pathologist wanted to see the knives. We sent the knives to the medical examiner's office for them to look at.
Were there any particular, any hairs or any other body materials that were obvious on any of these items?
On some of them, there were. The egg crate mattress had those items. We tried to keep all the hairs and fibers intact while drying the items out. We placed a sheet of plastic underneath to catch anything that might have fallen off.
Okay. And what about the gloves? Is there anything on the gloves?
We couldn't visualize anything without maybe damaging any evidence, turning them inside out or whatever, so we sent the gloves intact to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for further examination.
Okay. And I guess we can look at the physical evidence itself. Starting with the egg crate, which would be State's Exhibit 96.
They're never easy to get on.
Yes. If I'm gonna have out. What is using this?
Ladies and gentlemen, let me also say while we're getting the evidence out, any and all items that are moved into evidence during the course of the trial will be sent back with you to the jury room for your use during deliberations if you wish to see them again.
And Mr. Fender, this is the egg crate that we looked at in the pictures, photographs already.
Yes, it is. I don't know that I've seen it since it's been dried out like that.
Is that unusual that it's not still red? As it is
No,
in the photo?
it's not. I just thought I might have seen a pattern on there.
And next, looking at the shirt, which is State's Exhibit 89. I think it's very good. looking at this, sir, is this the shirt that we saw in the photographs there?
Yes, it is.
And is these the tears that you described
Yes,
also from the photos?
yes, they are.
And now also looking at State's Exhibit number 93 and 92. Yeah, let's go back, I think.
Yes.
These were the two knives that were from the dumpster.
Yes, sir. I might want to make a comment also that in my notes on page 2 of my report,
I would object. It's non-responsive, and I also have not seen it referred to.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection. You just have to answer questions asked.
I'm sorry.
The question hadn't been answered. Thank you very much.
And the gloves themselves. Referring to State's Exhibit 91. These are the gloves from the dumpster.
yes, it lost some color, but they appear to be the same ones.
And also looking at State's Exhibit, Doctor's Exhibit 90. Are these the pieces of non-split detail that you were referring to earlier?
Yes, they were.
And they were in pieces like that?
Yes.
Mr. Finner, after all these items were collected, and I forget if I already asked you, are they sent anywhere for any type of processing?
Yes, the items were sent to Florida Department of Law Enforcement for various processing methods.
Now, did you remain with the Cronie County Sheriff's Office throughout prior to retiring?
No, I didn't. My father became ill in 1998 in Los Angeles. I took an early retirement to take care of him while I was out in California. I went to work for Palm Springs Police Department as a crime scene technician.
And did you at some point return back to Florida and Columbia
Yes,
County?
after my father died in 2005, I came back and started back with Columbia County in 2006.
And at the time, was there ever any identification of the torso of the body?
No, there was not.
Upon returning to Columbia County Sheriff's Office, did you conduct any follow-up tasks or anything related to the items of evidence collected in 1994?
Yes, the evidence was re-examined. I heard of a method where fingerprints could be obtained off plastic bags, specifically by Toronto Police Department, RCMP. They had a method that they used gold dust to help extract fingerprints. I sent the bags to the bag with one fingerprint on it, palm print, to them to try and process the.
Did any of that prove fruitful?
No.
Was there anything in terms of anything that you followed up on, possible suspects, identity of the victim?
I did, yes.
Did that lead to anything fruitful?
No.
Did you have any further involvement after, I guess, 2 separate tenures with the case and trying to identify the body and figure out, who was responsible?
Nothing after I retired.
Another question, Sharon.
All right, thank you. Cross-exam?
Can I have a moment?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now, Mr. Finner, you were originally the lead crime scene detective back in 1994, correct?
Correct.
And you were assisted by Mr. Hood and Mr. Tomlinson?
Yes.
And both of those gentlemen were volunteers.
Yes, these were volunteers.
Neither one of them were paid?
No.
Both had been sent to Palm Beach County for a couple of weeks for a training course.
That was part of their training.
Mr. Hood had independently taken a number of courses, correct?
They both had.
They both had. Do you know what those courses were?
Not off the top of my head. They went to Florida Department of Law Enforcement and attended some classes there. I'm not sure what the specific classes were.
Okay. You were also assisted at the scene by Detective Piccolo and Detective Hodges, correct?
Correct.
Piccolo was a crime scene personnel?
No, he was a supervisor in the detective bureau.
Okay. And Hodges was assigned as the lead detective on the case?
Yes.
And those were the individuals that helped you get the physical items out of the dumpster?
Yes.
Was the dumpster was opened when you arrived? Is that what you said?
When I arrived, it was open.
Did you ever measure the height of the dumpster?
I believe we did at the sheriff's office compound. I don't remember putting them on a diagram or documenting, but we did measure the dumpster.
And Mr. Finner, how tall are you?
6'1½".
Okay. Is it fair to say that that dumpster was pretty much chest high on you?
About that, yeah.
Okay. But you could easily, while standing on the ground, reach into the dumpster and grab things out.
A limited ways in.
Okay. And as the lead crime scene detective, were you the one who was responsible for deciding which items had evidentiary value?
Ultimately, yes.
Did Detective Hodges help you?
We had discussion on several different items of what we wanted to gain from the item as evidence. It was by no means the final say. Final say rested with me.
And you said that it appeared as though the torso had been washed, is that correct?
It was very clean, yes. If you compared it to the surroundings, it was
as if somebody had washed it and set it there.
Well, it had also recently rained, correct?
There was no no sign of rain when I was there. It rained during the time, or sprinkled, not rained hard, during the time we were there, not before.
Had it rained before you got there?
The ground was dry. I don't know when the last time it rained before that was.
Okay. Well, you in fact videoed this crime scene, is that correct?
I did not personally. It was videoed under my supervision by Mr. Hood and Mr. Tomlinson.
Okay. I want to watch a few portions of that with you, so if you'll give me just 1 minute.
And for the record, this is defense exhibit.
Sorry, Your Honor, Defense Exhibit 4.
Okay, thank you.
And for the record, this is the crime scene video is split into 3 separate videos. I'm going to show you the first portion. Is it fair to say that that would be a cover? And I cannot pause it for some reason. But if you would just note, was that some standing water in the ditch facing the road? Did you notice that?
I was paying attention to that.
All right, let's see if we can get it back there.
Slow it down a bit.
documented in any other way other than just to be photographed?
They were measured.
They were measured. Do you know if anything further was done with those, any further analysis?
I don't recall anything further.
So you're not sure if those were ever compared to a certain type of vehicle or not?
We had no vehicle to compare them to.
Okay. June 3rd, that is incorrect?
That's correct.
It was actually June 5th?
It's June 5th, right?
And I'm going to go to the second portion of the crime scene video. And is this you on the right-hand side in the green shirt?
When I had hair.
And this gentleman in the striped shirt, can you tell us who that is?
That's Detective Piccolo.
Thank you.
Detective Hodges.
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit now. All right, and I believe that you indicated that there was a plastic sheet that all of the evidence was laid on, and we've seen that in some previous photos. Is that what's happening here?
Yes.
Who would the person in the white pants be?
That would be Mr. Hood.
Who would the gentleman in the hat be? The gentleman in the hat, who would that be?
The Under Sheriff Doyle Brooks.
Thank you. And I believe that you testified that you took, there were bits of tissue in the drag marks and you collected those. Is that what you're doing here in the video?
Yes.
with no problem, correct?
Yes.
And what was it about those bags that thought they might made you think that they might be related to this case?
They had similar blood-like stains on them.
Okay. And was DNA really a thing back in 1994? The technology advanced that far?
Yes, it was when I was working with Palm Beach County, we used it all the time.
Okay. So I noticed that you seem to be using the same pair of gloves to pull everything out of the dumpster. Was that typical at that time? Did you normally use gloves?
You see, there's several different glove changes during the video here. I didn't use the same pair all the time.
Okay, but this particular pair you have on, it looks like you touched the edge of the dumpster and you touched both of these bags. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
likely one of the last things thrown in the dumpster, that it was sitting right there on top?
Yes,
And did you initially think that there was something to it?
yes,
And you pulled it out and put it on the sheet of plastic?
yes.
Whatever happened to that bag? What, did you ever open it?
It was ultimately opened back at the sheriff's office. It was put back in the dumpster, intact. The dumpster was taken back to the sheriff's office. It was later examined with the contents at the sheriff's office. That bag was ultimately sent to Florida Department of Law Enforcement for processing.
Do you remember what was in that bag?
Not off the top of my head. I would maybe have to look at the still photographs to see of the processing at the sheriff's office to see.
Okay.
But I don't have off the top of my head. Yes.
And was it closed with a twist tie? Is that what you're?
No, it was tied.
So it was just tied up on itself?
Right.
believe that he played.
The gloves were removed and they are on the side of the bag.
And the gloves were the only thing that were removed from the bag at the scene, is that fair?
I believe so.
All right. And I did not see you change gloves in the video. Is that fair representation?
At that point, no.
Okay. So all of those items that were laid out on that sheet, you used the same gloves on?
Yes.
And that included touching the items in the bag?
Yes, it would be.
And the items in the bag, that would include 2 knives,
Knives were in the bag, yes.
and the gloves, and those were taken out at the scene.
Right. I'm going back over my notes. When you asked that previous question, I detailed what I did.
And the purpose of that plastic sheet that was laid out, the purpose of that was to catch anything that might come off of the evidence.
Right.
Things like hair
Right.
or fibers, anything of that nature.
Right.
And you said that after the video, the dumpster was taken back to the sheriff's office for further processing.
Correct.
There's no additional documentation of that, is that correct? No additional photos or video?
There were photos taken
Okay,
at the sheriff's office of those items
okay.
and going through the dumpster.
Well, I just want to stop for a moment then and sort of detail the items that you collected. I believe that there were 26 of them, is that correct?
I think so. I don't have a copy of the actual property receipt, just the notes in my report.
And I believe in the last 2 pages of your report is the list of items, the list of evidence.
Right. And again, I'd have to see the official property receipt itself to verify that.
Okay. So you collected that plastic bottle with the tissue that was gathered from in front of the dumpster.
Right.
And there was the black plastic garbage bag with the egg crate mattress,
Right.
the knives. The knives were also in that bag.
Yes.
Those gloves were also in the bag.
Right.
There was a sheet of white paper and wire plastic twist ties.
Yes.
There was dried and liquid blood.
Right. Are you reading down my list or?
Yes, I'm just making sure that we have we know exactly what was in that one bag.
It's all on page 5 of my report.
And you state that there were 3 black plastic bags that were contained in the larger plastic bag, is that correct?
It should be a separate item.
So those were the 3 bags that were laid out on the plastic?
I'd have to see my property receipt itself, other than my report, to actually substantiate that.
So do you have a recollection of additional bags being in that bag?
Off the top of my head, I can't say that there were additional bags inside. That, like I said, confuses me. Maybe I mistyped it, I'm not sure. Like I said, I'd have to compare it to the original property receipt to verify.
I understand. Now there was also the shirt, the long sleeve, and you said it was flannel, 100% cotton, with red, white, and blue check design.
Right.
There was also a brush that was found in the dumpster, a Headstrong brand brush.
Right.
And there were 3 pieces of calendar page found in the dumpster.
Yes.
There was a plastic straw box.
Right.
Why did you decide that that plastic straw box was of evidentiary value?
It was, excuse me, it was near the top and looked fresh, where the other items underneath looked like they had been there for some time.
And is that the same with that Headstrong brush?
Yes.
Do you know if ultimately anything ever came of those 2 items of evidence?
I never heard anything back on any match or any further evidence on them.
And it looks like there was also a piece of spiral notebook paper with writing.
Yes, it was found in the vicinity of the dumpster.
Do you remember where that was found?
My recollection, it was about 20 feet away. One of the persons on the scene pointed it out to me, and we collected it just for safe measure.
And you processed that for latent prints?
Correct.
And there were none of value on there?
No.
The same with those pieces of the pieces of calendar page that were found in the dumpster?
That's correct. There was some writing too on the calendar paper, if I can recall.
Do you remember there being both a pink Walmart bag and a blue Walmart bag?
There was a pink bag.
And would that have been the bag with blood on it?
I'd have to go back over my photos to see if that was the one with the bag on it. My recollection on that's not quite good right now.
All right, that's fair. So ultimately, it was decided that there was nothing, once you got back to the station, that second layer, you said there was nothing of value in there, that it all appeared to have been there a while.
Yes.
And there was an attempt made to find the head, hands, and legs of the torso, is that correct?
Correct.
Additional dumpsters along the I-10 route were searched.
Yes.
There were several different police agencies involved with that.
Yes.
I believe Jacksonville even got involved and used dogs to see if they could find any of the additional remains.
It's my understanding, yes.
And nothing was ever found.
No.
And after the dumpster was processed, you continued to help with the investigation, is that correct?
Correct.
You tried to find out who sold those Trisar knives?
Yes.
Were you successful?
No, there's so many places that sold them that
Right.
pinpointing.
And you tried to find out, I'm sorry, you said that they were just sort of sold everywhere?
Excuse me?
The knives were just sort of sold everywhere? So at that time, like Kmart, Walmart,
Right.
and the shirt, you tried to find out who sold that?
Yes.
and you were not successful at that. That Egg Crate mattress, did you try to find out where it had come from?
No, there was no markings on it to be able to even start to tell where it came from.
And those are pretty common as well, right? Also sold at Kmart, Walmart, all those type of stores.
Yes,
And I believe you said that you processed those knives for prints,
yes.
and that's that super glue method that you were referring to?
Cyanoacrylate ester is the technical name for it. Yes.
How do you do that?
In the case that we use, we take cotton balls and soak them in sodium hydroxide and dry them out. And when you put drops of super glue or the cyanoacrylate ester on it, it creates a fume. And this time we were using a fish tank to put them down in. And you give them an amount of time and stop the process and examine the items.
Now, is there a powder used in that process, or does the fumes sort of create that?
The fumes will give you the impression. You can use powder, you can use dyes, you can use several different methods for visualizing. You can use a light source that, for instance, an ultraviolet light or a color light of different spectrums.
Do you know what you used in this case?
A white light and an ultraviolet light.
And there
with,
was,
orange glasses, if I recall.
and there was nothing of value on those?
No.
And you did the same thing for the calendar pages?
No, the calendar pages were processed with a chemical called ninhydrin. The paper is sprayed with this chemical, and when the chemical ninhydrin, when it reacts with the oils of the fingerprint, it turns a purple color.
And there were no fingerprints
There were
found?
none visualized.
Now, I believe that you also checked that box of straws for prints?
Off the top of my head, I don't recall.
Okay. What about that paper found near the dumpster?
Yes, all papers were
And which process did you use on that?
all paper was used, all the paper products we used in hydrogen.
And there were no prints of value found?
No, there were not.
You did not process the gloves, correct?
No, I did not.
You sent those off to FDLE?
Correct.
And did you come to learn that the gloves had been contaminated at FDLE?
Yes, not till years later did I learn that the fingerprint examiner, Mr. Barrows, I think his name was, had used a dirty fingerprint brush to try and lift the fingerprints, but it had been used in another case. And because it had been used in another case, there was possible cross-contamination, and DNA would not have been of value.
And you left the Columbia County Sheriff's Office in '98,
Yes,
and you came back in 2006.
correct.
When you came back, you were reassigned to this case as the lead detective, correct?
As a follow-up of a cold case,
But you were the person assigned to the cold case.
yes,
And you started to try to figure out who this victim was,
yes I did,
and you reached out to other agencies who had similar cases.
yes.
Do you remember who all of those agencies were?
Now, without going back in my notes, there were several different agencies involved. FBI, the state, Jacksonville, Tallahassee, a number of different smaller agencies trying to determine whether their missing persons were still open from that period of time.
You also got a list of missing persons from Florida and surrounding areas in Georgia that were still missing persons cases from the same time period, is that correct?
Correct.
You started checking those leads to see if they had been solved?
Yes, I did.
That was a pretty long list.
Yes, it was substantial.
You also developed multiple leads through, as you already mentioned, the FBI databases, correct?
Yes,
And you also used a database called BICAP.
yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Violent cases are input into a computer database, and when you have a similar case, you can query that database to see if there are any similarities in MO or victims.
And through that search of VICAP, you were searching VICAP for similar homicides, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's when you discovered Richard Rogers as an alternate, as a suspect?
Actually, my supervisor, Lieutenant Lucas, I think he was lieutenant at that time, said that he and FDLE Agent Bill Godey had talked about Rogers as being a possible suspect. He gave me the name to follow up on that case.
And is that because Richard Rogers was a serial killer who had been known to dismember bodies in a similar fashion to the torso in this case?
Yes, I found out that there were quite a few cases across the United States that had similarities. It's a popular way to get rid of a body.
And is it fair to say that Rogers was the main suspect in this case for a fairly long time? Number of years?
I don't think it was years.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'd have to look back at my notes, but I don't think it went more than 6 months or a year as him being the suspect.
Okay. But during that time, you discovered that Richard Rogers was alleged to have been in Florida in the June of '94 for some sort of conference or class. Is that correct?
I couldn't prove or disprove that.
But
There was a missing gas station receipt that I never could find that would say whether he was actually in town or not.
okay. And part of your investigation, you tried to get Mr. Rogers' DNA,
Yes,
and you were never able to get probable cause to get his DNA because of that missing receipt.
no, not because of the missing receipt. There were so many different agencies to work through, and the ongoing case, I think it was in New Jersey, they wanted to settle that case before anything else was done.
And you also sent a lot of this evidence, I believe we've already gone over, you were the one who sent this evidence to FDLE for testing. Is that
Yes.
correct? And you also sent some of it to Toronto.
Yes, the bags.
The non-slip appliques, those daisy-like appliques, do you remember what testing you requested on those?
Off the top of my head, I don't remember. There's a submission form for FDLE lab services that my request would be on. I couldn't say specifically.
Were you the one that pulled those appliques from the trash?
From the bag,
From the
yes.
trash bag, yes, sir. Do you remember if those were sticky or tacky?
Initially, they were wet.
Okay. And I believe the gloves, you also sent those off to a company called Orchid Cellmark, is that correct?
For DNA extraction.
And do you remember, so you asked them specifically to see if they could find DNA from the inside of the gloves?
Yes,
And they were able to develop a profile, is that correct?
Yes, but not sufficient to enter in CODIS, if I remember correctly.
And at that
They
time,
had to do a one-to-one comparison. They wouldn't just enter it in the computer.
and at that time, you didn't have anything to compare it to, is that correct? All right. Founder, may I have a moment?
Yes.
I know that we specifically talked about Richard Rogers. Were there a number of other suspects that you ran down in this case as well?
Yes, I've got my notes here if you want to know who they are, but I did check out. None panned out, but I did check out several other suspects.
Yeah, if you could just check your notes and tell us who else you checked out.
I don't have it on this report. Let me see.
That's okay. Is it fair to say that there were a number of other suspects?
Yes, yes, there was.
And is it also fair to say that most of them were what we would commonly refer to as serial killers?
Yes,
And that was because of the dismemberment?
yes.
And I just had one follow-up question. In that video, we saw that there was some standing rain around. So
Somewhat.
standing water in the area of the dumpster. Is it possible that it had rained the day before?
I suppose it's possible. I was thinking that if you wanted to see more closely, when I turned the body over, you would be able to see whether the backside was clean or not. So to match the front, if it rained, you would expect that the top would be clean, but not the bottom. In my recollection, both the top and the bottom were clean, as if it was recently put there.
Okay, thank you. Just one moment. And Judge, I'm going to show Mr. Benner Defendant's Exhibit 2 and then correction on the local elected stipulation.
Okay, thank you.
May I correct?
Yes.
Mr. Benner, is this the report that you would have received back from that company, Orchid Cellmark, where they obtained the DNA profile from swabbing inside of those gloves?
It appears to be, yes, it was directed to me.
And And then on that last page of that report, is that the DNA profile that they, is that the DNA profile that was obtained from swabbing the inside of the gloves?
That's my understanding of what they found.
Thank you.
All right. Want me to read the stipulation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, when the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is as follows. The DNA profile obtained from swabbing of the glove referenced in Defense Exhibit 2 matches Fred Laster's DNA profile. Thank you.
Judge, I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, thank you. Is there any redirect?
Mr. Finner, the video showed a pool of water that we saw in the video, but were there any apparent signs of recent rain on the asphalt where you guys were working?
No, it was dry.
In the video, we saw 5 or 6 gentlemen walking around on the asphalt and concrete. Was that dry the whole time?
Yes.
You're out there. And did you indicate that you touched the body?
Yes, I did.
And how would you describe, what part of the body did you touch?
I grabbed his arm and I bent it over and turned him where I could see his backside.
And from the touch of the arm, what can you tell us about that? Was it pliable? Was it soft?
It was pliable.
Judge, I would object as asked and answered and also outside the scope of cross.
Okay, I'll sustain. Thank you.
Was there any particular smell that you were able to discern?
No,
Any smell of decomposition?
it did not smell like decomposition.
And with regard to all of the items that were collected from the dumpster, whether it was done, spread out at the back of the parking lot, or taken back to the holding garage, or whatever you call it, at the sheriff's office, there were either items. Did you yourself try to print items?
The knives I did, and the pieces of paper.
Did anything come back from that was able to either help identify either the victim at that time or the suspect?
No.
With regard to items that were sent out to the various crime labs, did anything come back that was, during your tenure, that was able to identify the suspect or help you identify the victim at that time?
No.
The video also showed some tire marks on the concrete.
Yes.
Just looking at tire marks themselves, does that help you identify a vehicle? Or do you need a vehicle to match tire marks too?
You would need a vehicle to match them to. And also, in addition to the video of the tire tracks, it's my recollection that there were still photographs taken as well for comparison.
Now, with regard to the gloves, was there the blood or blood-like substance? Was that both in the inside and the outside?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused. Feel free to go.
Thank you.
Do you have a short witness we can call? Otherwise, I will need to give the jury a recess. It's been about an hour and a half. Not short? Okay. All right, and we're going to take recess, ladies and gentlemen. If you will please leave your notepads on your seats, and I'll let you step into the jury room for approximately 10-15 minutes, and then we'll bring you out here to continue the trial. Please remember, you're not going to talk about this case among yourselves. Thank you very much.
She's coming right over here.
All right, sir, you'll come forward and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you proceed.
Sir, could you please tell us your full name?
Lawrence Michael Hodges,
And where do you reside, Mr. Hodges?
Mariana, Florida.
And what do you do for a living?
Retired from Jackson County Sheriff's Office January 2021, and right now I'm currently a farm hand.
All right. Had you previously worked for the Columbia County Sheriff's Office as a detective?
Yes, sir.
And how long were you with Columbia County?
4 years.
And do you recall responding to a crime scene at a BP station on June 5th, 1994?
Yes, sir.
And where was that station located?
I was in Lake City at 441 and I-10.
Now, this area, a particular intersection, how would you describe that area in terms of number of businesses?
To my recollection, I think at the time there were only 2 businesses there. So it was kind of, there was one, the BP station was on the northeast side of the interstate, and there was a Chevron on the northwest side.
And not lots of fast food places and
Oh, no.
restaurants. What time did you arrive on the scene?
I believe it was like 10:45.
And do you know what time the torso had been discovered?
It was right after 10, like 10:08, I believe, somewhere around that area.
Do you know who discovered the torso?
It was a nurse, I can't remember her first name, her last name was Hunt. She was, I guess, had stopped to get gas and was walking her dog and found it.
Had any other officers arrived before you?
Yes.
And when you arrived, did you, where was the torso located?
Behind a dumpster.
And could you describe essentially the torso itself?
It was a white male, with no head, no hands, and no legs.
And where specifically was the torso located?
Behind the dumpster.
Now, were you able, was the BP station already open for business when you arrived?
Yes.
Were there any actual employees present?
Yes, I believe so.
Were you able to make any type of identification of the body?
No, sir.
And why were you not able to do that?
We didn't have no way to identify him. We had no head, no hands, no legs.
Why is the identification of the victim so important in a situation like this?
We wanted to be able to notify family members, you know, that what we got, to be able to determine, you know, if there's, who the last person had contact with him, and if there was any suspects. To the
Were you able to do any of that in this case back in 1994?
No, sir.
Was there any processing of the crime scene?
Yes,
And who did that?
that'd be Detective Fenner, and there was a couple of texts.
Now, from the torso itself, was there anything of evidentiary value that either you observed or that was able to be collected from the torso itself?
Not that I'm aware of.
And in terms of, and why would that not be? And what was the condition of the torso itself?
To me, it looked, for a body to be in that state, there was no blood, you know, on the torso. It appeared like the body had been washed or cleaned. It was just you take a person and lay there and just not have any head, hands, or legs.
Were there any signs of significant bugs or flies around the torso?
I don't remember seeing that.
Any signs of any obvious animal contact with the torso?
No, sir.
Any smell of decomposition?
No, sir.
And what was the area around the dumpster like? What was that? In terms of, was it wood, was it concrete?
Well, if you go north, go up under the interstate, the The station was on the right, you had the station on the north end. You had this little fenced-in area, I don't know if it had some kind of gas tank back there, and then the dumpster was beside it, on the south side of that. And then in front of it, in front of the dumpster was an asphalt parking lot, and then behind the dumpster was a wooded area.
Did you have any physical contact with the torso? Yourself?
I don't believe I did.
Was there anything recovered from either the crime scene or the dumpster itself that you followed up on?
Yes, there were, in one of the bags, there was some, best way I can describe it was like a flowery looking little, would be like a sticker thing that would go in the bottom of a bathtub, that would keep you from sliding, if you got soap on your feet. They were in a bag there. Did follow up on that.
And what did you do to follow up on that?
I did it a lot by myself, and then also Detective Fenner did with me. We went to all the different motels in and around Columbia County and Lake City, north, west, and east along the I-10 corridor to check motels to see if they had any of those type stickers, for lack of better words, and never did find anything.
Were there any other areas or dumpsters searched for any body parts connected?
Yes, sir. All along I-10, even along I-75, we searched every dumpster that we could we could find. We did search those.
Did you have any contact with any civilian witnesses that might have seen any, I don't know, suspicious vehicles or anything like that that could be a lead?
I did not, per se, I don't remember talking to anybody. I remember then Lieutenant Wells, he was my supervisor, had gave me the information. I believe Mr. Gilbert had saw a couple of vehicles, and he gave me the description of what he had saw.
And do you recall, with regard to Mr. Gilbert, did you do you recall following up on that particular vehicle or vehicles of that type?
I did.
And what type of vehicle were you talking about?
I want to say one of them was a red Jeep that would have been at the Chevron station.
And where's the Chevron station in reference to the BP?
It would be across the street, on the same north side of I-10, but across the street, kind of south just a little bit.
Other than red Jeep, was there anything in particular about the red Jeep, whether it be a tag or any particular markings or?
It said that it had a vinyl top, and that there was a white male there, and had kind of sandy blonde hair, around 40-ish years of age.
Given that general description and the description of red Jeep, was that anything that you were able to follow up on?
No, sir.
And with regard to also vehicles, do you recall any citizen calling in about a dark colored older truck from
Yes,
1 o'clock in the morning?
I was given that information as well. That was an older, dark, colored pickup truck.
And do you recall what time that was supposedly seen?
Off the top of my head, no, sure, no.
Okay. Would that have been anything that you would have documented in your report?
Yeah, it would have.
Okay. Do you have that in front of you?
I do not.
Now, if I can approach the witness.
Okay.
Did you write it?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you write a supplemental report?
I did.
All right. And in that you detailed everything that you did?
Yes, sir. Should be like a lead sheet. Or sheets.
Well, let me ask you this, sir. In that report, you detailed all the leads that you followed up on, would that be correct?
That's correct.
Now, with the older, dark colored, older truck, was there anything specific or particularity that helps you, that assisted you in being able to find anything related to the, or connected to the BP just based on that general description?
No, that was probably one of the most common vehicles that was in Lake City at the time.
Lake City, would you describe that as a urban or rural area?
Well, you get out of the county as rural, but, you know, right in the middle of town, you know, it's pretty populated.
Would you say there'd be lots of older trucks?
Yes.
Now, with regard to an additional vehicle, do you remember following us specifically on Camaros?
I do.
All right, and what did you do? What does that mean? How did you follow up on that?
Again, Lieutenant Wells had given me that information, I believe that comes from Mr. Jordan, that there was either a dark colored vehicle, Camaro or Firebird, that was seen at the BP station around 7 that morning, kind of backed up to the dumpster with the hatch open and a door open. And so I took that information and got it with DHS, the Division of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles, and tried to get a list of every Camaro, Firebird, you know, that was, you know, within a certain year or, you know, several years, to determine, you know, see if we could come up with something with that.
Well, what kind of connections were you looking for? Columbia County registered vehicles?
Columbia County, yes.
Now, was there any driver seen or description of a driver related to the Camaro?
No, sir.
And that list of, you know how many listed vehicles you got when you did the search? When you did the search for the Camaro, was it a long list?
Oh, yeah, that was a long list. I don't remember how many, but yeah, that was a long list.
All right. And did you follow up on that?
I did.
Was there anything that came out of that search that led to any significant or any leads whatsoever?
No, sir.
Since you had no identification of the victim, did you follow up any avenues with regard to serial killers or highway killers?
Yes, did.
And did that turn up anything that was significant or related to this particular case?
No, I actually got one of our communications chiefs to send out a nationwide teletype to see if anyone had any type of similar cases, you know, what we had. And I got calls from all over the country, but nothing was ever matched what I had.
Were you able to exclude any, or make any connection with any such random killers in this case?
No, could not make any kind of connection whatsoever.
And going back to the vehicle for a moment, the Camaro. I know you said that you got a range, you got a list of Camaro Firebird type vehicles with a range. This was 1994.
It was 94, so it would have been.
How far back did you go?
I want to say it was like 85, 86, somewhere along in that area.
And in that,
Because the information that was given to me was not, I don't remember it being a specific year model.
and did you investigate whether any missing persons reports from that time frame could also be connected to this case?
Thousands.
And did that turn up anything that you could use to identify the victim in this case, and like you said, be able to then go back and make contact with family members or persons last known to have contact with the victim?
No, sir.
No other questions?
All right, thank you. Cross examine? Yes, Ron.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Your Honor, if I may, get my visual ready?
Yes.
states or defense exhibit 1. Slide 1. Can you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Machis. So the first photo that I have here is just a picture, and I think we've kind of seen a similar one in the state's exhibit here, but this is a north-south view, kind of aerial view of where this BP station used to be. Would you agree?
Is up north?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
The Lewis Murray tire, and would that be what used to be the BP?
That would be correct.
Okay, so just for reference point. Now, I have just a few questions about this general area. As you stated, this was kind of a rural area, and where the body was found, or where the torso was found, was abutted to some woods. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I think you can even see this in the area of this photograph here. There is surrounded by woods in this area. It's pretty rural, a lot of wooded area.
That's correct.
I believe even one of our national forests is in that area, perhaps the Osceola National Forest, or campgrounds.
Right, the Osceola National Forest is somewhere in that area.
Absolutely, this is a place frequented by travelers for camping, hiking, things of that nature.
Correct.
Okay. And so this area over here, if you're a camper, you possibly would be familiar with the roadways and things like that.
Yes, if you've been there before, yes.
Sure. Now, I'm going to talk to you just a little bit about what else will show. This area, which is right by I-75, I think you said I-10 and 441.
Correct.
Okay, so I-10 runs east to west. Where does it end?
Where's I-10 end?
Do you know?
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville? Okay. It goes pretty far, right? Like it goes multi-state.
Goes from Jacksonville to California.
California, right? So this is a common highway that is frequented by many travelers coming from all over the United States. Would you agree?
I would agree.
441. That's a pretty common highway as well?
Correct.
Does that travel throughout more than just the state of Florida?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What other states does it travel through?
I go all the way up north. I know it goes through the mountains because I've used it, but it goes further than that, and I think it goes as far as Miami.
So all the way south to Miami, Little Havana, and all the way north up to, I believe, Tennessee mountains. Would that sound about
I
accurate?
know that it goes to the Tennessee mountains, yes.
Because you've taken it there before.
I have.
So 441 itself is also a frequently traveled road by people going from multiple different states.
That's correct.
And I think you even mentioned I-75 at one point in your investigation. Because I-10 goes to I-75,
Correct.
and I-75 goes to Atlanta area.
Correct.
So that is a very busy area where people get to Valdosta and people get to eventually I-85 in Atlanta, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So once again, I-75 is important because if you have somebody who's traveling interstate, that's the pathway they take.
If that's the road that they needed, yes, that's exactly right.
Sure. So this gas station, while in a rural area, is set off of two highways that are used for interstate travel.
Correct.
I want to talk about the scene. Once you arrived. Now, I know this was a very long time ago that this happened in your investigation, but had it been rainy that day?
I do not remember.
Had it been rainy the day before?
I do not remember. I do not remember the weather at all.
Okay. And if I showed you a picture, could you let me know if that would help you refresh your recollection?
Sure.
And this is actually... I apologize. I am technologically not very able at this point.
Okay, I'm not seeing anything on my monitor. All right, is everyone seeing something on the monitor? All right, thank you.
That finally worked. Thank you very much, Ms. Shelton. So in this photograph, which is slide 5 of Defense Exhibit 1, this is the gas station where you see the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
I do, I see the tape, but I believe that's the van to the right there.
The van being what kind of van?
That's the crime scene van.
The crime scene van. And next to the crime scene van, there are puddles of retained water.
I do see that.
Okay. I don't know how to stop this. There we go. Oh, that's thank you. I want to talk to you about the information that you were able to follow up on as far as the vehicles. The first description that you were provided was of a old, dark, black truck that was leaving at about 12:45 or 1 a.m. Is that accurate?
That sounds right.
And there was a verified person who made this statement. Her name was Deborah Washburn.
I never talked to her.
Never talked to her, so you never spoke with her
Never spoke
yourself?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
That would have been Lieutenant Wells or someone else. There had a lot of people fielding calls at that time.
Sure, so you never spoke with this particular witness yourself to get any additional information?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so all you had, and you didn't have a tag number or anything of that nature, all you had was just late model, dark truck,
Correct.
leaving after hours of this business being closed.
Correct.
On the day, or the morning of, I guess early morning hours, of when a torso was found behind a dumpster.
Correct.
The next vehicle that you are following up on was provided by Mr. Gilbert, that description. Yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
And that description of it was for a newer, this is in 1994, so a newer model, a Firebird or Camaro, shiny, I believe was a word that he used.
That's correct.
Well kept was the description.
Yes,
Would you agree?
I would agree.
Okay. And dark in color.
Yes.
Black, dark gray, blue. Those types of dark colors.
Correct.
Okay. And based upon that description, without a tag number or any other identifying characteristics, you were able to do some kind of a search
I did a search based on those parameters.
for both Camaros and Firebirds.
And Firebirds, correct.
Because we don't know what model it was.
That's correct.
We don't really know what year it was. So you started from a year in 1980s, late 1980s, to the present.
That's correct.
And you only searched Columbia County,
That's correct.
as opposed to the database in Florida, like an entire database search of Florida or North Florida.
That's correct.
And then, of course, the red Jeep.
Yes, had the red Jeep too.
The red Jeep, which actually had a somewhat of a description of a driver.
Correct.
A white male,
White man.
with blondish hair, that was present at the same exact time as the Camaro.
Across the street, yes.
But at the same time,
That's correct.
observed by the same person
Correct.
in the same moment.
Correct.
And that one had a couple more characteristics to it. We didn't have a tag number, but we had a gender and a race of a possible owner. And you had that it had like a vinyl top.
Mhm.
Yes?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm thinking as you're talking.
Of course, I totally understand. And so that, did you do a database search?
I do not remember if I did that.
You did not do a database search of that. The only database search you did was of the Camaro.
Okay.
So the three vehicles, we've got one database search, Camaro, Firebird,
Yes.
both of those. Going to the actual, back to the scene itself. When you observed the dumpster, were there streaks on the front of it that looked like blood?
Yes, like a smear mark.
And did it appear to you that that came from attempting to lift the torso into this dumpster?
That's correct.
Did it appear to you that the person who was attempting to do this failed at putting this torso in the dumpster and the torso slipped down
That would match with what we've seen, yes.
and was so weak that they could not get this torso into the dumpster and dragged it.
Cause for speculation.
All right, well, I'll sustain the objection. Only officer or the witness can testify about what he knows, not guessing or speculating.
And were there any streak marks that look like a continuation at all from the dumpster to the back of the dumpster?
Yes,
And what do you believe those were?
from dragging the torso from where, the top of the dumpster down, and then from there towards the left to where the body was laid.
Yes,
So
sir.
there were streaks around that way.
Yes, sir. How tall are you?
Me, I'm 6'3".
6'3". So you're a fairly tall man. This dumpster itself, would you say would come up to about mid-chest for you? The opening of it?
I didn't measure it, but yeah, I would say somewhere in that area.
Sure. And you accessed this dumpster pretty freely when you were aiding Mr. Fenner or Detective Fenner in retrieving items?
Yes.
And you were able to reach in and grab items without needing a step stool?
Yeah, I never needed a step stool.
No, you were able to retrieve items from that dumpster without needing any sort of an aid or anything like that?
Correct.
And you were wearing gloves at the time that you were retrieving those items?
Yes.
Going back to the investigation, this particular case, obviously you were trying very hard to identify this torso.
Yes,
That was the number one goal.
that's correct.
So I believe that you testified on direct that you put out a teletype, a nationwide teletype,
I did.
or someone at your direction did so,
That's correct.
with the details of the condition of this torso.
Basically what we found, yes.
And you did receive back a few different agencies that contacted you concerning similar cases.
Multiple agencies.
Because apparently this happens quite a bit where people find either body parts or decapitated torsos or bodies throughout the United States.
I did not realize it was as much as it was, yes.
In fact, in New Jersey, there was a case where they said it was very similar to yours, and they were specifically making sure that you knew about that.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was actually through, I believe, the name of it is the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program.
VICAP, yes.
VICAP, yes. And this is through the U.S. Department of Justice and FBI.
That's correct.
And in this particular case, there was a New Jersey suspect, and that there were very similar characteristics to this crime.
I would have to see what you're talking about.
Sure. If I may approach, Your Honor, I do have that available to him.
Okay, go ahead.
You want me to review that to refresh your recollection about that?
This where the error is at?
Yes, where the error is at.
Okay.
So you
I don't remember right now that, but yes, I would type that, yes, and I would have spoken to.
Thank you, sir. So this, you did type this?
Yes.
I believe on direct you indicated that these leads, this particular one from New Jersey, this one particular one from New Jersey, I believe there was another one from Illinois, that there was nothing that was able to connect these two together.
That's correct.
However, nothing definitively excluded this person either, did it? At the time that you were investigating this case?
That's what I don't remember that. I remember a lot of cases being similar, because I talked to people all over the country. Some of them were, I never found one that was done identically to what we had. They would be where they had cut body parts off. But I don't remember that there was one exactly like what we had.
Except for the one that seemed to be the closest, which was in New Jersey, according to what you just read.
Correct, I mean, similar, dismembering the bodies.
So I want to talk about the garbage cans that you went through, all along I-10, I believe you said, and 441, just in the general area. By the time you all did that, most of the trash had been pulled, correct?
That is correct.
And you did not go into dump sites or the, I suppose, the final landfill areas?
No.
You did not see if there was where those were dumped to see whether or not there was any body parts that were located in those?
No, I do remember now, speaking with someone in our agency, not outside, about if that had been checked on. And I do not remember whatever happened from that.
Sure. And I believe that you also received, I think it was in late June, maybe early July, a kind of a printout of all the missing people that fit the description of the torso, the basic age group, male, and and that they were white.
Yes, the only thing that I knew at the time was a white male. I believe according to the medical examiner, between 16 and 18, 19 years old. That would have had a light colored hair. And so that's what I talked with Donna Hodges, and I can't remember the other girl's name. They were the FDLE's part of the Missing Children Information Center. And I says, can you get me a list of everyone that meets that criteria that y'all have that's considered, that is missing in the database? And they furnished that.
Sure, and this is people who would be present in the database, and this would be a few weeks after the investigation began that you did this.
Yes, I don't remember the time frame from the time I requested it until I got it, but I did request it and did get it.
And Fred Laster's name was not in that database, was it?
No.
Because he was not reported missing at that time.
No, I do not remember his name.
And in fact, you did do, I think, one other thing that kind of tried to bring attention to it, which was to do a media release.
Yes, I didn't personally do the media release. That would have been my superiors that would have took care of that. That would not have been me.
Okay, so you were not in charge of that. You don't know where it was released. It was released to Jacksonville area or anywhere.
I know TD20. I think that's, I don't know if that's Gainesville or Jacksonville. I don't know who it was with. I do remember hearing that TV station, but other than that, I do not know.
Just a moment, Aaron.
All right.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Is there any redirect?
Mr. Hodges, Mr. Gilbert's information about the red Jeep and the Camaro. Was there any information provided as to, with regard to the Jeep, was at the Chevron across the street from the BP, and the Camaro was backed by the dumpster at the BP? Was there any information got there first?
No.
So you have no idea whether or not the red Jeep got there after the Camaro was there,
Or vice versa.
or vice versa? All right, thank you.
Is that it? All right, can this witness be excused? All right, thank you, sir, you're excused, and free to go. All right, State, you may call your next witness.
Dr. Heather Walsh Hayden.
Okay, you'll come forward and be sworn.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you will give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you may proceed.
May it please the court.
Yes.
Doctor, please introduce yourself to the jury.
Good afternoon. My name is Heather Walsh Haney. That's W-A-L-S-H and then a hyphen H-A-N-E-Y. I am a forensic anthropologist and professor at Florida Gulf Coast University.
How long have you been so employed?
I've been at Florida Gulf Coast University now for about 17 years.
Yeah, well, what prior education do you have that would allow you to be a professor at Florida Gulf Coast University?
I received my undergraduate, my master's, and my PhD from the University of Florida. I began at the University of Florida in 1994. I finished up the PhD in 2007. During that time, I had the honor and privilege to be part of the C.A. Pound Human Identification Laboratory. And in there, I was able to, in my capacity as student, both undergrad and graduate, to interface with William R. Maples, where I studied with him and later became a laboratory technician, and also worked with the subsequent director of that lab, who was Tony Falsetti.
Dr. Maples, just to fast forward a little bit, actually worked on this case in 1994.
He did. It's surreal for me to be part of a case that my mentor, man that I honored, to work on a case that he evaluated.
So you mentioned you're a forensic anthropologist. Give the jury an idea of what that is.
As a forensic anthropologist, I'm basically tasked with reading bones. I evaluate human skeletal anatomy to figure out who someone was, how they died, and when they may have died. And in my job, I work as a consultant for medical examiners who focus more on soft tissues. Yes, they have a knowledge of bone, but it's my expertise of reading the 206 bones that are in the adult human body, and then also knowing how those bones change from fetal development all the way through growth.
So all of the information that you get, how is it scientifically verified? I mean, is this a field of science, or are we just whistling Dixie? How do you know what these bones tell us?
The field of forensic anthropology has been vetted and recognized as a forensic science really beginning with 1972, where we were recognized by the American Academy of Forensic Sciences and soon thereafter created the American Board of Forensic Anthropology. I am a board certified forensic anthropologist, and in that capacity, to become board certified, I had to present a portfolio that included redacted case reports that my colleagues had to evaluate to see if I could even sit for the exam. Once I took the exam, it was about a half day's written exam and then another half day of a lab practical.
Okay. I think I've heard, or maybe movies read about, that they actually have scientific experiments where they do things to body parts, people that have donated their bodies to science, so we can study how skeletal remains
will behave over time, and then you're able to read them and tell us what happened, and you get to see if you're right. Is that accurate?
It is. Most lay people know of the quote-unquote body farm and Bill Bass out of the University of Tennessee. I myself am a teaching associate at the University of Tennessee in the National Forensic Academy, where I also assist in teaching law enforcement and forensic practitioners there in Tennessee about the changes that human skeletal remains go through when they're buried or when they decompose on the surface. And there is a breadth of research from forensic anthropologists where we have had human donors allow us to conduct experiments on the human remains. Everything from understanding the process of animal succession when left out in the woods in a controlled environment, to looking at how metastatic cancer might change bone from someone that is in their 20s versus someone that's gotten the disease in their 60s. It is a well-established, respected forensic science.
And have you been allowed to testify in courts like this throughout the state?
I have been recognized in courts throughout the state of Florida. I have also had casework go into the Inter-American Court for cases of human rights abuse in Guatemala. My case had gone on to the Inter-American Court in Colombia.
And have you been allowed to give your opinion in the area of forensic anthropology all of these times?
Yes, I have.
And have not been qualified as an expert about this?
Not to my knowledge.
At this time, I've attended the witness as an expert in the field of forensic anthropology and see if there's any law here.
Sir, any additional voir dire?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
So, since this is your career, you've been doing it since the 90s, tell the jury what kind of things can you tell just from looking at somebody's bones? Age, sex, height, weight, can you tell these things just from looking at their bone?
There are a suite of characteristics that we have studied as forensic anthropologists where we've gone into museums or we've used modern skeletal collections where we put calipers to bone, maybe we take x-rays or radiographs or CT scans, and we measure the bones and take those measurements and, for example, place them into various statistical programs where we might be able to estimate someone's living height or stature, where we may be able to measure the breadth and height of dimensions of the skull or of the pelvic bones to estimate if that person was most likely male or female.
Can you tell race and ethnic origins and things like that?
To some extent, you can estimate race, or what we anthropologists call biological affinity or ancestry. We have to be very careful, though, because what we read in the bone as far as race or ancestry may not line up with a living person's expectation of what might be Latin American, white, or black, for example.
Are you able to tell things about how a person lived from examining their bones?
In some extent we are. The muscles, ligaments, and tendons that work to help you move, walk, run, jump, type on a computer, those soft tissues react with the bone and pull on the bone, marking them. Sometimes we can see evidence, it might be osteoarthritis that marks the shoulder from wearing a backpack for too many years, or changes to the skeleton that might be related to age and posture over time.
What about injuries, and like whether you have natural disease versus inflicted injuries? You're able to render opinions on those?
We do in general. We provided we have the necessary bones. Usually we can tell perhaps if there was a healed fracture or not. We can also look at dental changes to see if there were abscesses or changes to the bony tissues around your teeth. Our training is to understand how disease processes mark bone and change bone, and understand the differential diagnoses or all of the contributing factors that may actually work to change the shape of the bone or mark bone.
And this is important, before we get to your work on this case, are you able to tell whether injuries were inflicted before death, at the time of death, or even after death? How do you differentiate those things?
These are three very important criteria, because what Mr. Mizrahi is getting at is, I think, is that for these three criteria, we have ante-mortem, A-N-T-E mortem, peri-mortem, P-E-R-I mortem, and post-mortem, P-O-S-T mortem. And these three broad criteria, as the forensic anthropologist looks at it, is if I'm looking for ante-mortem changes, I have to be able to see the cellular change, the cellular response to the bone.
And that's a healing response?
That is a healing response, or knowing that it had healed. In the peri-mortem interval, I'm looking at the absence of cellular response, and I'm looking at fractures in the bone that show that the bone had elastic, mechanical aspects to it. In the post-mortem interval, we tend to see that the bone is less pliable, is less plastic, is less malleable.
I've heard you, I think, use an analogy of a tree or a branch that's green as opposed to dead or dying.
Yes, I'll elaborate on that. In my forensic anthropology class, when I'm trying to have my students understand the differences between peri-mortem and post-mortem, I often reflect on a bush that's outside the classroom, and I'll ask them to think about the dead part of the bush, and when I would go to grab a branch off of that, the branch might snap and have jagged but clear fracture margins. You're able to separate it into two pieces. With peri-mortem fractures, and using it as an analogy to bone, what can happen in a bush where I'm breaking off a branch is that the branch is still elastic, it's still malleable, it has give to it, so that when I go to break that branch, I might have to twist a little bit and bend, sometimes pull bark off with it, and that is highlighting how difficult it is to break that branch because of its biomechanical properties.
So let's now turn to your work in this case. And I'm asking you, did you review the District 4 Medical Examiner case number 940584?
Yes, I did.
And I think there was you also reviewed the Human Identification Laboratory case 6D94?
Yes.
Okay. I think it's in your report. Did you review Dr. Maples' report?
Yes, I did.
And did you review slides and photographs of his work in the case?
I reviewed photographs.
When you are rendering your opinions, do you rely upon prior work in the case, or do you try to come up with your own independent evaluation?
I come up with my own independent evaluation.
And were you able to do that in this case?
Yes, I was.
Just briefly, were there a couple of small differences between your findings and Dr. Maples' findings?
Yes, there were.
And let me ask you, as Dr. Maples has unfortunately passed away.
He has. He died of a glioblastoma, the same breast cancer that took Senator McCain.
And so reviewing that, the differences, and we'll go through it as we go through the report, but there were slight differences.
Very slight differences, yes.
Okay, is that, at least in part, due to the development of the technology and the expertise?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to begin with the first thing you do is you inventory the remains of the bones that were present.
I did.
Now, when Dr. Maples looked at it, there was still living tissue, or is that the right word? How would you describe it? Not living tissue, because the person's dead.
I would describe it as when Dr. Maples originally looked at these remains, soft tissues, skin, muscle, organs were still present.
And when you did, that's all gone.
Correct. When I looked at the remains, they had been rendered and skeletonized to facilitate his skeletal examination, and then decades later, I evaluated the remains that were skeletal.
Okay, and so it'd be nice at this point to show the jury what's been introduced as evidence in State's Exhibit 32. Is this do you see that on your monitor?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is this the overall skeletal remains that you reviewed in a photograph like that?
Yes, it is.
And so in looking through this, we do not see a full skeleton.
Correct.
Do we see a full torso? In other words, from the neck, arms, down to, I guess, the pelvis?
You see a good proportion of the torso, but in this image, obviously, you're missing the ribs, you're missing the sternum.
And what happened to those?
And the scapulae. To me, it appears as though Dr. Maples was not asked to analyze those structures, so they would not have been provided to me to analyze.
Okay. Now, the first analysis, I think that you did in terms of inventory and seeing what you had, were you able to determine the sex from looking at the bones?
This isn't easy to answer. The best practice in forensic anthropology is not to assess sex from juvenile remains. And as I was evaluating the skeleton, some things are happening contemporaneously. I'm trying to figure out the age of the skeleton, I'm trying to interpret the trauma, I'm trying to understand the sex of the individual, and once I started seeing that these bones were from a juvenile individual, then I have to start remembering that the training is to not try to sex someone who hasn't reached full maturity and full skeletal maturity.
And in this particular case, you have the advantage of having tissue around Dr. Maples, and the medical examiner noted there was male genitalia present.
Correct.
So it wasn't really an issue for it.
Correct.
All right, talk about your age analysis.
For the age analysis, what I ended up doing and what you can see in this image, and I'll highlight the larger bone on the top of your image, the left part of the screen. It's underneath the S-shaped
I'm
bone.
sorry to interrupt you. You can actually use that as a illustrator. You want to go ahead and show one. Like 9 football. There you go.
Okay. All right, so this is the bone that I'm using to highlight how a forensic anthropologist ages the skeleton. The bone that we're looking at is a left humerus or upper arm bone. And the arrow that I tried to draw to point at an important area there is showing where the joint surface, the top of the humerus, where the shoulder is, it's actually not fused to the shaft of the bone. And what you can see here is that there's a growth plate that's unfused. So if I was to pull on those two pieces of bone, what would happen is the joint surface would come off on my left hand, the shaft of the bone would be in my right. That is an age indicator that I can use, forensic anthropologists use, to note that this individual is in his mid to late teens. Then we would look at other markers such as the forearm bones here. We have the wrist end of the ulna. So now as I hold my palm up, you can see the palm of my hand. The ulna is on the pinky side of my forearm. And there's another growth plate there at the wrist end of the ulna. That's showing me that this individual is less than 17, could be between 14 and 17. Similarly, when we look at this long area of the vertebral column, and you can see lots of billowing or scalloped margins, that's highlighting for me that the growth plates on each of those vertebrae are not fused. That's telling forensic anthropologists that this individual is about 16 plus or minus about 4 or 5 months. So in essence, what we do is we look at the development of the shafts of the bone, how long they are, and then also we look at how the joint surfaces have begun to fuse, completely fuse, or have the absence of fusion to develop an age range for the individual.
And taking all of this into account, were you able to render a forensic anthropological opinion on the age of this skeleton?
I did. I estimated that this decedent was between 14 and 17.
Was that consistent with Dr. Maples' report?
It was.
Okay. Turning now to the height, were you able to do any kind of height analysis?
Once again, estimating height is difficult, especially when dealing with a juvenile, because the joint surface has not fused to the shaft of the bone. Ideally, what you would want is someone who's reached complete skeletal maturity, so the bone is in one piece, not multiple. But in an effort to have some idea to produce an estimation of stature, I conjoined those joint surfaces to the shafts and measured them. And basically for the humerus, the upper arm bone, and also for the forearm bones, the radius and the ulna. And what I came up with was a range that was about 5'8" to 5'11". One thing to remember though, when we evaluate that stature range, is as we think of our own bodies, most of our height tends to come from our legs. and legs, especially the thigh bone and the combination of the calf bone or tibia that's on the big toe side of your calf. Those two bones in particular and together tend to give us a better, more accurate estimate of stature. And of course, in this instance, I didn't have that.
I want to now talk about injuries. And first, the antemortem, we don't want to spend a lot of time on it because they didn't really have anything to do with the person's death. But did you notice antemortem are significantly before death?
I noticed antemortem change to two bones in particular, and that was changed to the left clavicle or collarbone, and changed to the left humerus, to the lateral side, which means away from the midline. I'm putting my arm right now, would be the lateral part of my upper arm. And what I noticed is that the soft tissue structures that attach to the bottom of the clavicle and to the side of the humerus showed changes that were consistent with repetitive activity. What that activity was, I'm not sure, but they were different in development, size, and shape compared to other areas on the skeleton where I didn't see markers of activity or repetitive activity.
Okay. Let's talk about the perimortem trauma. And I'll begin first with State's Exhibit 33. What are we looking at?
What we're looking at in this figure is the hyoid bone. The hyoid bone is in adults tends to be a U-shaped bone that sits in the throat right under your mandible. It tends to line up with your neck vertebrae, also called cervical vertebrae, C3 through C5, somewhere in that range. It is a U-shaped bone when it is fused into one piece that serves as an attachment site for muscles that help you move your tongue, swallow, vocalize. In the image that we're seeing here, I'm showing that this is a hyoid that is unfused. We have the body of the hyoid, and then we have what's called the greater horn of the hyoid. And what I noted in my report was that there was an incised mark on the hyoid horn, and as I identify here in letters A, B, and C, 3 incised marks on the body of the hyoid. I placed those in the perimortem category, but with a caveat that the possibility that these are postmortem could not be ruled out. Because in essence, in this case, the postmortem interval is very close to the perimortem interval. And in forensic anthropology, sometimes those two areas can overlap.
So just to be clear, perimortem could be the injuries that killed the person. And because if they're dismembered very close in time to the killing, they could be injuries done during the dismemberment.
Correct.
And you just can't tell which.
I cannot.
You can tell on certain postmortem things when you can definitively say they're postmortem.
Yes.
Were you able to render any opinion about the type of instrument that would have inflicted these cut marks?
It was a sharp force instrument. I believe in my report I wrote with a plain edge. It wasn't wavy or serrated.
Okay, so like maybe a paring knife, I think you refer to that?
Or a fillet knife.
Showing State's Exhibit 34, what are we looking at here?
What we're looking at here is elements of the wrist. In the image on the far left here, this is almost a rock-shaped bone or a pebble-sized bone that sits in our wrist. It's called the lunate. In the middle is a close-up of the lunate, and then on the far right, what we have here is the wrist end of your radius, which is on the thumb side of your wrist, and then I've conjoined the lunate and the radius together to line up cut marks.
And you were able to render opinion on whether these are perimortem or postmortem?
As a matter of convention, I identified these as post-mortem.
And what type of knife would have inflicted these injuries?
May I refresh my recollection in my report?
Do you have that with you up there?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, please refer to it. We don't expect you to memorize everything.
Thank you. I'm not sure for the lunate if I mentioned what type of instrument it was for the lunate. Let me see. Other than that it was sharp force. And now I'm reading over page 4 where I have the radius listed. It's important to understand that there were 25 sharp force trauma impacts with a total of 71 cut marks. Obviously, it's difficult to remember all of those. And while I identify the sharp force injury to the radius, I did not identify it as being serrated or plain, at least as I quickly review my report.
My understanding is you found some non-serrated paring fillet knives and you found serrated knives.
Yes, there were 2 different types throughout these bones. There were V-shaped marks with plain edges that were consistent with something with a sharp force blade that had a fine edge with no waviness. And by waviness, I'm talking about serrated edges, which would be on a serrated knife, like a chef's knife or a bread knife. And on some of the bones, I found evidence of waviness when I looked at the defect that was consistent with a serrated edge.
Is it fair to say all of the cut marks you described, the vast majority of them you would classify as postmortem?
Yes.
So which ones were period? If you could just detail those again.
The only sharp force change that I wrote that could possibly be peri-mortem were the changes I noted to the hyoid.
Which was the D and the neck.
So the hyoid is in the neck, it sits here, right under my mandible and in front of your neck vertebrae.
I'm showing what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 35. Is this one of the exhibits that would show us this serrated bread knife or chef knife that you described?
Yes, it is. And so for some of the waviness, you can see here and the 2 curvilinear marks I put on the screen.
Okay. So with these determinations that you made, were you familiar with what was recovered from the dumpster above this torso in 1994?
In the beginning, I was not, but I did have a conversation when I was excited about seeing something different from what my mentor had put in his report. And I had reached back to the medical examiner or law enforcement, I can't remember which, to say that I think that I had seen evidence of a blade that had 2 different types of cutting surfaces, or that there may have been 2 different instruments used.
In your training, experience, and expertise, can you describe for the jury the difficulty in dismembering a body such as the one that you examined?
You have to understand, it's hard for me to sit here and tell you how to dismember a body because it is macabre, but it's a necessary part of the science that I do, and in order to evaluate the remains. While I have started out by telling you that I evaluate bone, in many instances, the cases that I've called on aren't skeletonized cases the way a layperson would naturally think of them. Usually what may have happened is that there is still a lot of soft tissue, muscle. Maybe the organs have liquefied and aren't present anymore, but in order for me to get to the skeleton, I end up having to perform an anatomic dissection. And with an anatomic dissection, sometimes it can be just using my fingers, or I go along fascia lines, F-A-S-C-I-A, where I can find where muscle and skin and other tissues come together, and then I can start to pull on that muscle to remove it from remains. Often if I have a case where there's a suspicion of sharp force trauma, I myself stay away from using scalpels. Rather, I would default to scissors or use a bone saw, as Dr. Maples here did, or the morgue assistant did when they excised the middle part of the thoracic vertebral column. But as far as dismembering remains, it is an exhausting, laborious process. Even for someone such as me, who has been participating in rendering remains since 1995. And in my own caseload last year, I did roughly 120 cases last year. Many of them were in various stages of decomposition. In the Pound Lab, Dr. Maples and his subsequent director, Tony Falsetti, did anywhere from 80 to 200 cases a year. And as lab tech, it was my job to help process those remains. So for me, having to do it consistently, it's a long, laborious process.
Right, that's all the questions.
All right, thank you. Cross-exam?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Hi.
In this case, you did not have any slides to examine, is that correct?
I did not.
Is it possible for you to definitively say that this torso was this body was dismembered after death?
The convention in forensic anthropology is that cutting off arms and legs and even the head, the individual would have to be dead to accomplish that goal. Yes.
So this individual was dead and then dismembered. That is fair to say?
Yes.
And there were never any knives that were submitted to you to do a comparison for you to see if certain instruments had been used to dismember this torso. Is that correct?
You're correct.
And when we're talking about, I know that you mentioned that there were some serrated blades used, correct?
What I have put in my report is that I saw sharp force defects that have wavy margins to them that were consistent with the serrated blade, that I also saw fine V-shaped marks that were consistent with the plain blade. And yes, it's possible to be two instruments, but it could also be one instrument with two edges on them.
Well, talking specifically about the serrated portion, in some cases it's able to say how far apart those serrations are. Is that correct?
Correct.
In this case, you couldn't do that?
I could not.
So we can't say what type of serrated edge was used.
You're correct.
And you can't, you don't have any opinion as to the length of any blade that was used to dismember this torso.
You're correct.
And I believe you said that the skeletal remains were consistent with this individual being 5'6" to 5'11".
Yes, but that's also with the understanding that the best estimate for living height or stature comes from the legs, which in this instance was not there. And an even better estimate, a more accurate estimation of stature would come from measuring the legs, all of the vertebral bodies, as well as the head and two of the ankle bones.
Would you expect this person to be shorter, though, if you had had those leg bones to examine?
No.
They would have perhaps been taller, though?
Yes.
And the dismemberment of the legs, the femur was actually sawed through, is that correct?
It was cut through with a knife.
So it was not separated at the joint?
Now I'm trying not to get mired into the delicacy of the anatomy the way that I would see it versus the way that you all would understand it, but the joint itself, so my right hand would be your femur, your thigh bone, the femoral head, which is round. On my left, I have the hip socket. When these two bones come together, because movement, natural movement happens there, that's called a joint. In fact, with this dismemberment, the femoral head and the hip joint or acetabulum, they were still together. The actual joint itself was not separated.
And if you, I know that you mentioned you had to separate those before. If you were going to separate the hip and the femur, would you have done it at that place where it moved?
Yes, if I may, my focus would be to try to preserve the bone as best I can, so that I would go in through the joint capsule, I would work the bone with my hands, separating the two bones, because the other aspect of a joint to remember is space. It's not bone on bone together like a puzzle. Rather, it's two puzzle pieces that are separated with, and especially with the hip joint, with synovial fluid there, ligaments that are bringing those two bones together. And so as an anatomist, as an expert in skeletal anatomy, I would separate that joint first, revealing the space, and then cut it with my scalpel or scissors.
And the hands were in fact removed at the wrist joint, is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said that the head was removed somewhere around the C3, C4 vertebrae, and that's why we have those markings on the hyoid bone?
Yes.
And those are the ones that you can't say are definitively post-mortem?
They are consistent with post-mortem, but the possibility that they occurred in the perimortem interval, I can't rule that out.
And doctor, you look at dismemberment cases all over Florida, correct?
I have, yes.
And a lot of cold cases?
Yes.
And is this case sort of reminiscent of a lot of dismemberment cases from the 80s and 90s?
It is.
And those are specific, most of those cases tend to be in South Florida?
Some are in South Florida. I tend to, as Dr. Maples writes in his book as well, from 95 to 75, I-10 and I-4, those are corridors where people who are skilled or eager to dismember may transport a body from one location to another, disposing of those body parts as they travel throughout the state. But if my memory serves me correctly, in South Florida, I think I've had more dismemberments.
And does that tend to be perhaps because there's a lot of drugs that come in and out of South Florida and you see a lot more?
Well, if she has personal knowledge about this, I'll let her answer the question, otherwise I don't want any speculation.
And does that tend to be, because in South Florida we have the quote-unquote cocaine cowboys and there was a lot of drug activity and dismemberments related to that?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you, doctor. Judge, may I have a moment?
Yes.
And I just want to be clear, doctor, you had, you mentioned that there were some markings on the left side of the skeleton, where the joints had pulled more on the left side. Is that,
yes.
Am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
And is that just consistent with the individual being left-handed?
Unfortunately, the level of our science is that we can't determine handedness from skeletal markings. Sure, an argument could be made that perhaps the person is left-handed, but it could also mean, I don't know, let's say maybe they're, I don't know, my family has a lot of marksmen in it, so someone who's a rifle shooter, you know, perhaps the way that you would hold the weapon, whether you're right-handed or left-handed, might mark the shoulder or the humerus, depending upon which you favored. That doesn't necessarily align with your handedness.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Harris. Excuse me, free to go. All right, stay. You can call your next witness.
State calls Don Williams.
All right, we will take a recess, ladies and gentlemen. If you will leave your notepads on your seats, I'm going to let you step back into the jury room, and we will reconvene here shortly for the state's next witness. Please remember not to speak about this case among yourselves while you are in recess. Thank you.
It's not seeing that in the background. That was the
ladies and gentlemen. And I'll call upon the state to call its next witness.
Don White.
All right, Ms. Williams, if you'll come forward and be sworn.
You solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you may proceed.
Ms. Williams, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name's Dawn Williams.
And Ms. Williams, give the jury a little bit of an idea of who you are, where you live, what's your family, stuff like that.
Sure. I live in Birmingham Beach, Florida. I have 3 brothers. One is deceased and 2 sisters. Raised by a single mother. And my grandparents, of course, they were big in our lives. They helped raise us when my mom got cancer and everything. So.
Were you born and raised in the Jacksonville/Fernandina area?
Yes,
And do you have a family yourself?
I do.
Tell the jury a little bit about that.
I have a daughter, she's 29, she's a librarian, and I have a son, he works for the government, he's 26, he's a software engineer.
Hi, Ms. Williams. You mentioned your deceased brother. What was his name?
I'm sorry?
You mentioned the deceased brother. What was his name?
Fred Prawl Laster.
And what was Fred Laster's date of birth?
His date of birth was February 26, 1978.
And so at the time of his disappearance, he would have been 16 years old?
Yes,
How much older than Fred were you?
almost 8 years.
And were you the oldest of the siblings?
The second to the oldest,
So who's older than you?
my brother,
What's his name?
Richard.
Okay. What about your younger brothers and sisters? Tell the jury about that.
Okay, I have a sister and a brother, they're twins, Tracy and Travis, and then I have Daisy and Freddie.
And are they twins?
They are twins, yes.
So you were beginning to tell the jury a little bit about your life in the mid-'80s. You were significantly older than Fred. Were you kind of a big sister, almost like a mother figure to him?
Yes,
Okay. But were you trying to make your own way in your life?
yes.
So when did you first become involved with meeting the defendant, Ronnie Hyde?
I'm actually unsure about the date, but I believe it was 83 or 84.
Sometime in the early to mid-'80s?
Yes, yes,
And do you see Mr. Hyde here in court?
yes I do.
And could you please say where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
He is wearing a blue shirt. He's sitting right over there, to my right, to your left, a blue shirt, and it looks like a red tie.
Your Honor, the record reflect the witnesses identified.
The record shall so reflect.
So what were the circumstances of Mr. Hyde, the defendant, coming into your family's life?
We all went to Stray for Living Church, and that's how we met him.
Was he a pastor there or had some role?
I believe that's what he was. I'm really unsure. I think I was told a youth pastor or something.
Okay. Approximately how old were you in 1984? let's say?
I was between 13 and 14 years old.
At that time in your life, you mentioned your grandmothers and you mentioned your mom. Was your father involved in your life at all?
No, it was not.
So it was basically just your grandparents and then your mom.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you mentioned your mom battling cancer. When did that take place?
My mother developed cancer when I was 15. She had uterus, colon, and lung cancer.
And then when did she pass away?
She passed away in October of 1990.
And were there other family members, members that passed away during that period of time?
Yes, right after.
And who was that?
My grandfather, he passed away in 91, and my aunt that lived next door to us, she passed away in 1992.
So in that period of time, can you describe what your family was like?
We were close.
We were close. We were a happy family. I mean,
Did you have a lot of money?
no, we did not.
Did you all live in a very small home?
We did.
Can you describe what things the defendant would do to your family? Did he provide spiritual guidance and help or anything like that? That you know of?
I'm really unsure about that. I mean,
Who in the family was closest to the defendant?
well, first my brother Travis.
Okay, do you remember your brother approximately his age when he started spending significant time with the defendant?
I believe 9 or 10, somewhere around that age.
And was there a period of time as a teenager that he would spend large amounts of time with the defendant?
Yes, when he got a little bit older. Yes.
Would he spend the night over with the defendant?
Yes.
And was that a regular thing?
Pretty much. Yes.
And at least to your knowledge, is one of the reasons for that Fred did not have a father, Travis did not have a father in his life, just like you didn't have a father in your life.
Yes.
Okay. So, when did you know that Fred, your kid brother, began spending time with the defendant?
That I'm unsure about. I don't really recall. It just was just happened. I don't recall when.
So turning your attention to 1994, where were you living and where was the rest of the family?
Okay. Yes, I was living in an apartment in Jacksonville. Me and my daughter, she was 1. And my grandmother and my siblings were living in Yulee, Florida.
At this point in your life, was the defendant considered a close family friend?
Not to me.
Okay, but to other members of the family?
Yes.
You did not spend a lot of time with them?
No.
So let's now fast forward to a night in early June when you had a visit from Fred Laster, your 16-year-old brother. Tell the jury about it.
Okay. Fred had come over to my house, and he was wanting to leave Florida. He was wanting to go back to Illinois. And he was wanting me and my 1-year-old daughter to go with him. And I told him I can't just leave in the middle of the afternoon and go to Florida. And he said he was going to Illinois. I apologize.
No, it's okay.
To go to Illinois. He wanted to leave just out of the blue. And yeah.
Okay, so you had a discussion. Who's in Illinois?
We have cousins in Illinois. We have 3 cousins that live in Illinois.
And had Fred and Daisy actually had a trip up there earlier, either in 94 or 93?
Yes, the year prior.
So you tell him that you're not taking him there, you're not going. What happens next?
He said he was gonna call Ron and get some money and go to Illinois.
So what did you do?
I told him to get in the car with me. I was taking him back to his grandmother's, that I didn't want him leaving my house with Ron.
Then what happened?
He wouldn't, so I said, I'm gonna go get Grandma, you stay here, and I'll be right back. You're not going. I thought maybe Grandma could talk to him because Grandma had raised him and everything.
So did you go to Yulee?
I did. I went to Yulee.
And did you convince Grandma to come back with you?
No,
Why?
she did not come. My sister ended up coming with me. My sister and her boyfriend.
And your sister, you mean Daisy?
Daisy.
Who was Fred's twin sister?
Twin sister, that's correct.
What happened?
I'm going to object to the state's repeated leading of the witness.
Okay, I'll sustain if you'll just rephrase your questions.
So what happened when you came back?
When I came back home, Freddie wasn't there. So we sat around in the living room and watched TV.
And who's we?
Me, my sister Daisy, her boyfriend Joe, and my daughter.
And what's the next thing that happened?
We went to bed. We just made a large pallet on the floor and we fell asleep.
And did a phone call wake you up?
And then later on that night, I don't know what time it was, I just know it was dark outside from the blinds. My brother Freddie had called me.
And what did he say?
I asked him, was he okay? And I asked him, did Ron pick him up? And he said yes.
And did you hear anything in the background?
I heard wind blowing real loud. I had the phone in front of me, and me, my sister Daisy, and her boyfriend could hear wind blowing real loud, like whipping in the phone.
Was this a long conversation?
It was not.
Is there anything else about that conversation that you remember?
I just remember my brother sounding very vague to me, and that was unlike him. He was just giving me one-word answers.
Was that the last time you ever spoke to Fred Lester?
That was the last time I spoke to my brother, yes.
And did you ever see them together?
No.
After this conversation where he said he was with Ron, what happened next with regard to your brother? When's the next time he was brought up to talk about it?
Well, it was a few weeks later, I went up to go visit my grandmother. And we were just sitting around talking, and I thought about my brother Freddie because I didn't see him anywhere. And my brother Travis just happened to come over and visit. And I said, hey, where's Freddie? He said, I don't know, where is Freddie? And I said, Grandma, he didn't come home? She said, I haven't seen him.
Explain to the jury how it's possible, because let me try to do it in a timeline. The conversation that you had with Fred, approximately when was that? I know you don't know the date, but approximately.
It was the night he left my apartment.
Was that approximately June of '94?
Yes.
Excuse me, I object to him leading the witness.
Well, as that question was asked, it's not leading, so I will overrule.
So you can answer the question. Approximately when was that?
I spoke to him when he left my apartment. I do recall it was sometime within the first week of June.
So when was this next conversation with Travis when he came home?
That was the same day I went up to go visit my grandmother 2 or 3 weeks later.
2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Explain to this jury how the Lasker family, that no one could know where Fred was for that 2 or 3 weeks.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the question.
Explain to the jury how the dynamics of the Lasker family made it so nobody knew where Fred was for 2 or 3 weeks.
I'm really unsure with that. The only thing I personally can think of is that Fred went off with Ron.
Objection, Your Honor, she's speculating. I object to speculation.
Yeah, I'll sustain for speculation. I think maybe you need to rephrase your question.
Yeah, I have another question, I guess. Thank you. Describe how your grandmother, well, how old was she when this all took place?
Oh, okay. My grandmother was almost 80 years old.
Describe her
With dementia, with beginning stages of dementia.
How was she able to parent? Was she able to do that?
She wasn't.
How would you describe the supervision of Daisy and Fred?
They basically did whatever they wanted by the time they were 13 years old.
What were the ages of Travis and Tracy, the twins, at that time?
At that time, they were 16 going on 17.
That may be Daisy. Was Travis older than Fred?
Yes.
Approximately how many years old?
Approximately close to 5 years.
So if Fred was around 16, he would have been an adult.
Yes, yes.
And were they on their own? Tracy and Travis?
Yes.
So after nobody knows where Fred is, what do you do?
I go in my brother's room, Richard, and I ask him, will he go to the sheriff's office with me to make a missing persons report?
And what sheriff's office did you originally go to?
The Nassau County Sheriff's Office.
And were you successful in making that police report?
No, I was not.
Why not?
They told me since he was missing in Jacksonville that I needed to report it in Jacksonville.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Did you do it that second?
No.
Okay. Some time passed?
Yes.
And then how did you get to Jackson?
I called a friend of mine and they came and picked me up and took me out to Jacksonville to make the report.
And did you attempt to do that?
Yes, I did.
You understand as you sit here today that there is no record of that?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you did?
I went down there and I explained to them everything that happened to the best of my ability. And a police officer wrote down information on a piece of paper and he put it behind the desk behind him.
And was that it?
That was it.
Okay. At that time, did you think you had officially reported Fred missing?
Yes.
When did you learn that that was not the case?
Sometime later, I don't recall.
Did you report Fred missing again in February of 1995?
Yes.
And did you provide the information to the police, everything that you knew?
Yes.
And that was, is that essentially what you've already told the jury about the situation?
Yes.
So, what about Mr. Hyde? Did you ever reach out to him and try to figure out where your brother had gone?
Yes, I called him.
And when was that in this whole time?
It was after I went and spoke to my grandmother and found out that Freddie hadn't came home.
And you obviously could get the number.
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened when you made the phone call to him.
I called Ron's house and asked him where Freddie was or I asked him where Freddie was or what did he do with my brother and he laughed.
Did he say anything else?
No.
After that conversation, have you ever heard from the defendant about what happened to your brother?
No.
That's all the question I have.
All right, cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Williams. Your birthday is 7/29 of 1970,
Yes.
and so in June of 1994, you would have been an adult,
Yes.
almost 24.
Yes.
Okay, now you indicated that you have an older brother, Richard, is that right?
Yes.
How much older is he than you?
1 year.
So he would have been 25?
Yes.
And you said Travis and Tracy were twins and they were also adults in 1994?
Yes.
So among the family members, there were 4 children who were adults.
Yes.
And Fred was the youngest child, along with Daisy, is that right?
Yes. Freddie was the baby.
Was he left or right-handed?
Right-handed.
So in June of 1994, you had an apartment with your daughter, is that right?
Yes.
That was at the Monaco Apartments?
That's correct.
And that is near the intersection of Dunn Avenue and US 17, which is also called Main Street.
Yes.
And your daughter at that time, Melody, was young,
Yes.
a toddler,
Yes.
and her father was not in the picture, is that right?
That's correct.
Now by this time, your mother was deceased.
Yes.
Your father lived in Lee, Florida,
Yes.
and Lee, Florida is just west of Lake City, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have a relationship with your father at that time?
Sometimes,
Did Freddie know where he lived?
yes,
Travis knew where he lived?
yes,
So the family knew that your father lived in Lee, Florida?
yes,
Now, at the Monaco apartments, Monaco Arms was the name of your apartment,
yes,
you had a landline
yes,
telephone? And that phone was paid for by one of your mother's friends, is that right, Mr. Barber?
no, it was in his name, but I paid the bill.
Okay. He helped, in other words, he got the phone because he could establish credit with the phone company.
Yes,
And Mr. Barber lived on Roberts Road, is that right?
Roberts Avenue.
Excuse me, Roberts Avenue. And that street is right off of US 17 North.
Right off Main Street.
Right near Pecan Park, is that right?
Yes,
And Mr. Barber dated your mother before her death, is that correct?
yes,
So the family had a relationship with him, is that correct?
yes,
Now, at the time in June of 1994, your brother Travis was living with another family, is that right?
yes,
And the sleeping arrangements at your grandmother's house. Your oldest brother Richard was there with his girlfriend Chrissy,
yes,
and Daisy was living there with her boyfriend Joe Ott.
yes,
And Freddie basically had to bunk with your grandmother, is that correct?
yes,
They shared the same room
yes,
and bed.
yes,
So things were kind of tight at the house, is that right?
yes,
And at that time, your sister Tracy lived right next door to your grandmother's house.
yes,
And she lived in the home that had previously been your aunt's.
yeah, that's correct.
And she lived there with her first cousin, Robert Smith.
Yes,
And at that time, Mr. Smith was a deputy with the Hilliard Police Department, wasn't he?
I don't believe he was an officer then.
Was he working with the Hilliard Police Department?
I don't recall.
Did he subsequently become an officer with the Hilliard Police Department?
He became a police officer. I'm not aware that he worked in Hilliard.
How soon after your brother's disappearance did he become a police officer?
I don't recall.
Now, Freddie had a good friend in Yulee, didn't he, named Ed McKenzie?
Yes,
Did you ever ask Ed McKenzie when the last time was he saw Freddie?
no,
Now, from what I understand, Fred did not attend school until he was 16, is that right?
yes,
He left when he was 15? 14?
it was around 15.
Did he stop attending school before he left to go to Heron, Illinois with his sister Daisy? In roughly a year before he disappeared, say?
I don't recall.
But you did testify that Daisy and Fred left to go to Heron, Illinois about a year before he disappeared, is that right?
Yes,
And Heron, Illinois is where your whole family had at one point lived,
yes,
back in the 80s, late 80s, right?
yes,
The whole family had just pulled up stakes and moved to Heron for a period of time, is that right?
yes,
You must have gone to school there.
yes,
Okay. And you had other family in Heron, Illinois.
yes,
And Fred and Daisy, when they just took off in 1993 to go to Heron, Illinois, they did that on their own, didn't they? Just the two of them.
What do you mean on their own?
I mean, it was just Fred and Daisy at age, 14, 15, getting on a bus and traveling all the way to Heron, Illinois together.
Yeah, they went on the bus at 15 together.
Just themselves. No other adult supervision. No adult family member went with them.
That's correct.
Now, in order for Fred to get from your grandmother's house to your house, you had to pick him up, didn't you?
Yes.
He didn't have transportation.
No.
And your grandmother didn't drive.
No.
And so those days when he came and stayed with you right before he went missing, did you have to go to grandmother's house to pick him up?
Yes.
And was that a planned event? Or did he just call you up and say, hey, come pick me up, I gotta get out of grandma's house?
I was just up there and he wanted to come to my house.
So you were just visiting your grandmother's house and Fred said, hey, I want to come over to your house.
Yes.
How many days did he stay at your house?
I don't recall.
Was it more than a week?
Once again, I don't recall.
And your apartment's a good little distance from your grandmother's house, wouldn't you say? It's about a 25-minute drive?
I'm unsure.
How many times during, say, the time, you said it'd been about a year since he and Daisy got back from here in Illinois before he went and disappeared? About a year?
Around a year, close to a year.
They weren't in Heron very long, were they?
No.
There was some trouble there.
Yes.
And in fact, they were kind of put in foster care there because the family didn't want them to be there.
Yes.
So your grandmother had to find borrow some money. I think maybe you helped out with that to get them back.
Yes.
Now, between the time they came back from here in Illinois and the time that Fred went missing, how many times would Fred want to come over and sleep on your living room floor?
I don't recall, but he never slept on my floor.
Or on the couch? I mean, in other words, where did he sleep?
He slept on the sofa in the living room.
And so how many times did that happen in that year that he was back, he and Daisy were back from Heron?
I never kept track of things like that.
Did it happen though? Were there other occasions?
Yes, of course. It's my baby brother.
Okay. So you said this last visit that you characterized it as early June.
Yes.
But you really don't know when it was, do you?
Oh, yes, I do. It was within the first week of June.
Do you remember Memorial Day that week?
Memorial Day in June?
Do you remember
No.
Memorial Day right before the beginning of June?
Yes, not in June though.
When is Memorial Day?
I believe it's in May.
Okay. And how much time that year was between Memorial Day and June?
I don't recall
Do you
that.
remember what you did Memorial Day?
Of course not. It's 28 years ago.
Okay. And so what day of the week did he come over that week?
I don't recall.
Was it, you don't remember if it was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday?
I never seen a need to keep track of something like that.
Okay, did you keep a calendar during the time?
I don't recall.
Did you write down any date? Even after he went missing, did you go back and try to write something down so you could remember the date?
I don't recall doing anything like that.
During that time, did you write checks or use a credit card, anything that you could go back and figure out the date?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So you picked Fred up from grandmother's sometime. You're not sure how many days he stayed with you, and you don't know what day you picked him up. Is that right?
I don't recall the exact day.
Okay. And now at that time, Joe, Aunt, and Daisy were both living at grandmother's house. Is that right?
Yes.
Did they pick up and leave to go to Ohio, Daisy and Joe, right after Fred went missing?
Not right after.
Well, how soon after did they leave to go to Ohio?
I don't recall.
Was it within the first, say, 3 or 4 months?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So you indicated that Fred just came to your house because he wanted to come visit with you.
Yeah, it's kind of common. My baby brother.
And while he was there at your house, he told you wanted to go back to here in Illinois, right?
Yes.
And he talked about heroin all the time, didn't
Yes,
he? He liked heroin,
yes,
wanted to go back. Did he have a girlfriend there?
yes, he did,
And, her name was Shelby?
yes.
And did Fred tell you why he wanted to go to heroin?
No,
Just that he wanted to go?
yes.
So, do you remember kind of getting into it with him? I mean, I think you indicated you were begging him to stay.
I did. I begged him to stay. I cried. I fussed at him. All
And
the
he was
above.
insistent that he wanted to go. Is that right?
Yes,
And in fact, you said that he wanted you to pick up stakes and go with him.
yes,
You said he was pretty insistent, wasn't he, that he didn't want to go back to grandmother's house.
yes.
And did you ever sit down with him and say, Fred, why did you not want to go to grandmother's house?
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall an incident between him and Joe Ott where he threw Joe Ott through the window at grandmother's house?
I don't personally recall it. I just have heard about it.
And so you really that day, that last day you saw Fred, you were pretty insistent that you were going to take him back to grandmother's, right?
Yes,
And grandmother's is up in Yulee on Fillmore, right?
yes, that's correct.
And he said, I'm not going back.
Yes,
And he would not get in your car to go back to grandmother's house.
that's correct.
And at that point, he said, I'm going to call Mom.
Yes,
That was his idea, right? To call
Yes.
Mom. So at this point in time, you know that his plan is to run off to Karen, Illinois. Am I getting this right? That's his plan, to run off to Karen, Illinois.
he wanted to go back to Heron.
Did you call the police and say, hey, I've got a 16-year-old brother who is running away?
No,
Did you go to another adult? Well, you went to your grandmother, right? To try to-
yes, I went to my grandmother. She had guardianship over my brother.
Did you call the police from your home where you have a phone to say, hey, come help me with my 16-year-old brother?
No,
Now Freddie was a big boy, wasn't
yes,
he? He was tall,
yes,
he was stocky,
yes,
he was physically capable person, right?
yes, he,
Much bigger than you.
yes.
You wouldn't have wanted to get into a physical altercation with your brother Fred, would you?
No, but it broke my heart. No, of course not.
Well, I
My
mean,
baby brother, I helped raise him.
right, but beyond that, he would have been capable of handling himself against you. You wouldn't have stood up, you wouldn't have been able to physically restrain him. Am I getting that right? He was too big.
Yes, I couldn't have restrained him.
And the last thing you recall him saying on the phone, in fact, was, yes, Ron, now.
Yes, when I was still at my apartment.
Okay. And at that point, you still said, look, Fred, I don't want you to leave. And he said, I'm leaving.
Yes,
All right. And in fact, you told me, didn't you? Stay here until I get back.
yes,
And he said, I won't be here. Right?
yes,
And when you left your house, your apartment that day at Monaco Orange, you left Fred sitting on the steps outside.
yes,
Now, did he have, when he comes over to your house to spend the days, whatever amount of time it was, did he have an overnight bag? Did he have clothes? Did he have a toothbrush? What did he have with him?
he had a small bag.
A small bag. Can you describe it?
I believe it was a Winn-Dixie or a Walmart bag.
Okay. Did you have any idea what was in that?
No,
But it certainly wasn't a big garbage bag.
no,
Okay. Can you recall what he was wearing?
I don't recall.
And you were gone only long enough to drive to your grandmother's and drive back.
That's correct.
And when you got back, he wasn't there.
That's correct.
So you were gone for what, at most an hour?
At the most.
So you go to your grandmother and you say, "Grandmother, come help me talk some sense into Fred," and she refuses to come.
It's not that she refuses to come. She just didn't see it was like any big deal. She
Okay.
wasn't like just refusing Freddie. Freddie was her life after both of her daughters died.
So she just said, "It's not, I can't talk to him, but he won't listen to me," or?
I don't recall her saying that.
Okay. So instead Daisy and Joe came back with you.
Yes.
Do you recall an incident where sometime later Travis came to your grandmother's house to get Fred's wallet?
Yes.
And so Fred had left his wallet at your grandmother's house.
Yes.
Now, you talked about a phone call. You said Daisy and Joe spent the night with you.
Yes.
Okay, that night. And that Freddie called that night after you fell asleep in the living room.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall telling the first investigator you ever talked to about this that it was about 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning? It was before light, but close to daybreak.
I'm really unsure with the time. I just know it was nighttime outside.
Okay. So it hadn't gotten completely, dawn had not broken.
That's correct.
Okay. And he said, "I love you" and Pumpkin.
Yes.
And that's your daughter's name.
That was his nickname he gave her.
And he said, "Ron came and picked me up from your house."
I asked him if Ron had picked him up,
And he said, "Yes."
and he said yes.
Now, did you ask him, "Where are you?"
I asked him if Ron picked him up, and he said yes.
No, but where are you? Did you say, "Where are you? Where are you going? What's the plan? How are you getting there?" You know, any of those questions.
No.
Did you afterwards, try to keep your phone bill, try to figure out where the call came from, anything like that?
No.
And you say it was about 2 to 3 weeks later, when you were at your grandmother's house, that you realized that nobody had seen him?
When I asked my grandmother, yes.
So, knowing that his stated intention to you was to leave for Heron, Illinois, you have relatives up there. Do you have a phone number you could call in Heron, Illinois?
I'm not so sure if I don't know if my grandmother called him or not. I'm unsure.
I mean, you had lived up there.
I didn't have the number.
Did you ask anybody for the number? Did you follow up and try to see if he ever made it to Heron, Illinois?
No, I did not.
He would be gone for 2 and 3 days at a time, wouldn't he?
Yes.
And you had no idea really, because you weren't seeing where he was or who he was with or what he was doing. You had really no idea what he was doing during the times when he would be out of your sight, do you?
No.
Now, you told us that you made a number of efforts to file a police report. I think you said you and your brother Richard went to Nassau County,
Yes.
and You're unsure of the date, you think it was, what, a month later,
Not even a month later,
3 weeks?
around 3 or 3.5 weeks.
Okay. And they were, I think you described unhelpful,
Yes,
and then you said that you made an effort to go to Jacksonville, which was where he was last seen, and by that, your apartment was in Jacksonville, right?
yes it was.
That's where you last saw him, right?
Yes,
And so you told them, hey, I last saw him, what, a month ago? This is after you tried to go to Nassau, right? So how much after that you went to Jacksonville Beach?
I don't recall.
Did you go with anyone?
I did.
Who's that?
A friend of the family named Cecil and my younger sister Daisy. I asked her, could she go?
And so you say Jacksonville also initially was unhelpful?
The police officer, from what I could tell, it seemed like he was making out a report. He was writing on a piece of paper that he got off his desk. So I assumed he made a police report.
Okay. And you have subsequently learned, haven't you, that the only police report, the only missing persons report that law enforcement can locate was made in February of 1995?
Yes, that's what I was told.
Okay, and that was a report made by you?
Yes.
You have just one moment, Ron?
Yeah.
As a matter of curiosity, if you thought that the second report had been made, why did you go make a third report?
I don't really recall. I just kept feeling like I was not getting any information.
And in terms of Robert Smith and his tenure with the Hilliard Police Department, did you ever sit down with him and ask him for some help?
Numerous times.
And I take it that help wasn't forthcoming from him either?
He ran Freddie's social security number every month.
But did he make sure that there's a police report, some action was being taken
I
on?
don't know.
Thank you, no further questions.
Thank you.
All right, is there any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm just trying to take the pictures off the screen.
Okay.
Ms. Williams, do you see that on the screen?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 24. Who is that in that picture?
It's my baby brother Freddie
Who else is in that picture?
and my sister Daisy and my daughter
Where is that picture taken?
at my grandmother's in Yoli.
Are you able to say approximately how old Freddie was in that
He
photograph?
was 15. I took that picture during Easter.
Do we see him holding a skateboard?
Yes.
Is that something you like?
Yeah, he loves skateboarding.
If you believe that Freddie was with Ron, did you think he was missing if he was with Ron Hyde?
No.
Did you provide a cheek swab?
No.
At the time, I know you didn't, but later on in the case, did you provide a cheek swab?
Yes.
And was that to Detective Jimmy Williams?
Yes.
Your Honor, that's all the questions I have.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
She may.
All right, thank you very much. Let me step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, given the hour of the evening, I think this is a good place for us to break for today for our overnight recess. I'm going to ask you to leave your notepads behind. We will lock them and secure them and return them tomorrow when we reconvene. For scheduling matters, I did want to tell you tomorrow, for reasons unrelated to this case, we're going to have to break a little early, at like 4:30. So for sure, we will be done around 4:30. Given that, I do want to start trial a little earlier so that we can be sure to be finished by Friday as we promised you. So if it's not too much of an inconvenience, rather than 9, I want to start at 8. Does that pose a huge hardship for anyone to get here by 8 o'clock? If so, please raise your hand. All right, I see no hands raised. Of course, we will have recesses throughout the day. You'll have a 1-hour lunch recess as usual, and we will break early. Now with that, ladies and gentlemen, as I will advise you every time we recess, and especially for overnight recesses, that is that you are going to be permitted to separate now, go about your personal affairs. We will return your electronic devices, but you are not to talk about this case among yourselves or with anyone else, including your family, who may be curious and want to ask you questions about what you learned today. You can't talk about this case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about this case. If anyone attempts to talk to you, again, you must leave him or her at once and report the matter to my bailiff, who will notify me. Additionally, you are not to read, watch, or listen to any newsprint, radio, or newspaper stories that may be printed or aired about this case. And that is because you must try this case only on the evidence presented in this courtroom, in your collective presence, and in the presence of the attorneys, the defendant, and this court. You must not conduct any investigation or research or look up any matters involving the people or places involved in this case. And again, when you leave today and as you return tomorrow, should you see any of the lawyers or see any witnesses waiting outside the courtroom, you are not to talk to them about any subject matter. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, you will be excused for the evening, and we will be in recess until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.